This is the way forward in a world where the only constant is change. Are you ready?
Your hair's on fire, thoughts running fast like a man on a wire. Can't stop laughing, but I don't know why. I don't know why, nobody knows why. Shouldn't wait for the weather to change. Every day from here on, I could top down, strap on your shoulder, running down you like an ice cream cone. We're not alone, never gonna be alone. Can't help but feel alright. Run through the day till the end of the night. The sun keeps coming up in your blue eyes. These are the best days of our lives. Mind exciting, what's your meaning? Don't understand what the sea is in me. Music so loud and it keeps repeating. Never gonna go home. Can't help but feel alright. Run through the day till the end of the night. The sun keeps coming up in your blue eyes. These are the best days of our lives. Best days of our lives. Best days of our lives. Can't help but feel alright. Run through the day till the end of the night. The sun keeps coming up in your blue eyes. Never gonna be alone. Can't help but feel alright. Run through the day till the end of the night. The sun keeps coming up in your blue eyes. These are the best days of our lives. Best days of our lives. Best days of
Tomorrow has already started, and tomorrow belongs to the fast. It's here, the deeply connected digital world, where success and failure move at speeds unimaginable only a few short years ago. Look around. Time is the hero or bad guy in every business story. Speed is the weapon of choice for a new brand of innovator. Inside big companies and inside small businesses, people are using ideas and technology to move people and markets, creating new business categories overnight. They understand that IT is no longer part of your business. It is your business. The single biggest strategic advantage you have. But if you want to push your enterprise and move the world, you have to do 4 things well. Transform to a hybrid infrastructure to create an on-demand IT environment. Protect your digital enterprise with a proactive, analytic-based security for strong backup and recovery. Empower a truly data-driven organization, one that turns information into insight, accelerates growth, and scrapes out value relentlessly. Enable a more productive and connected workplace and a richer, more engaging customer experience. This is the way forward in a world where the only constant is change. Are you ready?
Running down the street like your hair's on fire. Thoughts running fast like a man on a wire. Can't stop laughing, but I don't know
Tomorrow has already started, and tomorrow belongs to the fast. It's here, the deeply connected digital world, where success and failure move at speeds unimaginable only a few short years ago. Look around. Time is the hero or bad guy in every business story. Speed is the weapon of choice for a new brand of innovator. Inside big companies and inside small businesses, people are using ideas and technology to move people and markets, creating new business categories overnight. They understand that IT is no longer part of your business. It is your business. The single biggest strategic advantage you have. But if you want to push your enterprise and move the world, you have to do 4 things well. Transform to a hybrid infrastructure to create an on-demand IT environment. Protect your digital enterprise with a proactive, analytic-based security for strong backup and recovery. Empower a truly data-driven organization, one that turns information into insight, accelerates growth, and scrapes out value relentlessly. Enable a more productive and connected workplace and a richer, more engaging customer experience. This is the way forward in a world where the only constant is change. Are you ready?
Running down the street like your hair's on fire. Thoughts running fast like a man on a wire. Can't stop laughing, but I don't know why. I don't know why, nobody knows why. Shouldn't wait for the weather to change. Every day from here on, I've got the top down, strap on your shoulder, running down you like an ice cream cone. We're not alone, never gonna be alone. Can't help but feel alright. Run through the day to the end of the night. The sun keeps coming up in your blue eyes. These are the best days of our lives. Mind makes silent, what's your meaning? Don't understand what the sea is in me. Music so loud and it keeps repeating. Never gonna go home. Can't help but feel alright. Run through the day till the end of the night. The sun keeps coming up in your blue eyes. These are the best days of our lives. Best days of our lives. Best days of our lives. Can't help but feel alright. Run through the day till the end of the night. The sun keeps coming up in your blue eyes. Never gonna be alone. Can't help but feel alright. Run through the day till the end of the night. The sun keeps coming up in your blue eyes. These are the best days of our lives. Best days of our lives. Best days of our lives.
Tomorrow has already started, and tomorrow belongs to the fast. It's here, the deeply connected digital world, where success and failure move at speeds unimaginable only a few short years ago. Look around. Time is the hero or bad guy in every business story. Speed is the weapon of choice for a new brand of innovator. Inside big companies and inside small businesses, people are using ideas and technology to move people and markets, creating new business categories overnight. They understand that IT is no longer part of your business. It is your business. The single biggest strategic advantage you have. But if you want to push your enterprise and move the world, you have to do 4 things well. Transform to a hybrid infrastructure to create an on-demand IT environment. Protect your digital enterprise with a proactive, analytic-based security for strong backup and recovery. Empower a truly data-driven organization, one that turns information into insight, accelerates growth, and scrapes out value relentlessly. Enable a more productive and connected workplace and a richer, more engaging customer experience. This is the way forward in a world where the only constant is change. Are you ready?
Running down the street like your hair's on fire. Thoughts running fast like a man on a wire. Can't stop laughing, but I don't know why. Don't know why, nobody knows why. Shouldn't wait for the weather to change. Every day from here on, I got the top down, strap on your shoulder, running down you like an ice cream cone. We're not alone, never gonna be alone. Can't help but feel alright. Run through the day till the end of the night. The sun keeps coming up in your blue eyes. These are the best days of our lives. Mind makes silent, what's your meaning? Don't understand what the sea is in me. Music so loud and it keeps repeating, never gonna go home. Can't help but feel alright. Run through the day till the end of the night. The sun keeps coming up in your blue eyes. These are the best days of our lives. Best days of our lives. Best days of our lives. Can't help but feel alright. Run through the day till the end of the night. The sun keeps coming up in your blue eyes. Never gonna be alone. Can't help but feel alright. Run through the day till the end of the night. And the sun keeps coming up in your blue eyes. These are the best days of our lives. Best days of our lives. Best days of our lives.
Tomorrow has already started, and tomorrow belongs to the fast. It's here, the deeply connected digital world, where success and failure move at speeds unimaginable only a few short years ago. Look around. Time is the hero or bad guy in every business story. Speed is the weapon of choice for a new brand of innovator.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A very, very warm welcome to the Economic Times eTech Summit. We are fortunate enough to have the presence of Honorable Minister of IT and Industries from the Government of Kerala, Mr. P.K. Kunhilakotty. I welcome you, sir, on behalf of the Economic Times. Sir, we should be starting in another 2 to 3 minutes, so I would ask everybody who are there outside to please come inside and be seated. We shall start in the next 2 3 minutes once the Honorable Minister is done with his coffee. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I invite you all to the Economic Times eTech Summit. We welcome you all for this initiative on Digital India, which we are promoting. I, on behalf of Economic Times, would like to thank our Future Cities partner HP, Data Center and Cloud Innovation partner ESDS, Technology partner Intel, Networking partner FI, Associate partner STPI, Silver partner CHIPS, which, knowledge support by PwC, supported by CDAC, and eGov campus partner IPI Media. I welcome you all to this interesting and lively discussion on eTech. Before we start the proceedings, I would request our sector head, Ms. Suchi Kapoor, to please come and give us the welcome address. Suchi.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to thank Shri P.K. Kunaleti, Honorable Minister of IT and Industry, Government of Kerala, and distinguished guests for coming here for attending eTech India Summit. The relation between information technology and governance is integral and symbiotic. Aligning with this thought, government's integration of e-governance and digital transformation can be a game changer for India. According to Jaideep Mehta, IDC India, by 2018, 60% of the internet users of India who will be internet users will be from rural areas. It is also at the endeavor of our Honorable Prime Minister to reach out to the common man and vice versa through the use of technology. Although significant progress has been made in the past with the use of information technology for enabling better governance with successful launch of Digital India program, the stage is now set for taking e-governance to the next level. The sector as a whole provides a huge opportunity for the industry to become one of the major stakeholders. The Economic Times understands in order to take e-governance to the next level, the eTech India initiative indeed will have the potential to bring about substantial change in the way we live, study, and do business. With the initiative, we have brought key practitioners from ICT and government on a common platform to deliver a more transparent and efficient governance mechanism. The summit will explore new trends and innovations that are transforming strategic priorities and enabling superior e-governance programs that add value to the citizens. With this, I would like to thank you for being part of the summit.
Thank you, Suchi, for that interesting opening remarks. I now invite the Honorable Minister of IT and Industries from the Government of Kerala, Mr. P.K. Kunalakotty, to please come on stage. Please give him a grand welcome, people. I now invite upon stage Content Head for the Economic Times Edge, Ms. Vidyotama Sharma, to please come and give a token of appreciation to the Honorable Minister. Ms. Sharma? A round of applause, people. I would request the Honorable Minister to say some few words on his government's behalf. Thereafter, we'll have a small presentation which will be done by the Government of Kerala.
Honorable delegates, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good evening to all of you. Firstly, on behalf of the people of Kerala, let me wish you all a happy and prosperous Onam. This is a time when all of you know that we celebrate Onam there. That's why I said that. On this joyous occasion, I am happy to be here today and share my thoughts on how Kerala has evolved into a digital society. I will take 5 minutes of your time to outline my state journey so far in its efforts towards creating a digital society. As you are all aware, Kerala had evolved to be an equitable society, and we achieved total literacy by 1990. When I became the Minister for IT in 2001, it was the time mobile telephony and internet was just taking off. But they were costly and beyond the reach of common man. We felt the need for bridging the digital divide and had planned for a e-literacy campaign as a pilot project in one of our districts called Malappuram. Thus was born the Akshaya Center, the centers that campaigned for literacy. We call it Akshaya Center, an entrepreneur-led model of common service centers. We started about 600 of them in the said district Malappuram and gave wireless internet to all of them. That was in 2002. The centers gave e-literacy to at least one person in each family. Later on, the project was extended to all the 14 districts, and by 2008, about 33 lakh families were covered as part of digital literacy. Today, we have around 2,450 Akshaya centers in Kerala. Mr. Safarullah is here, he is heading the IT mission. This centers come under the IT mission. Akshaya has become one-stop shop for all electronic citizen services now. The second major project in our journey was when we launched the IT at School project in 2002 in all the high schools of the state with the objective to provide basic computer knowledge and usage of internet to all students. Currently, about 40 lakh students since 2002 have graduated from school with pretty good knowledge of computers and internet. Effectively, every family in Kerala has at least one person who is illiterate. To provide internet in all parts of the state, a robust optic fiber backbone is essential. This is the third major task we did. As part of establishment of digital infrastructure, during the period of 2001-10, the state had provided right-of-way to telecom players, because of which today Kerala is one of the leading states in the country in terms of its optical fiber cable coverage, which will ensure the availability of digital infrastructure as a utility to every citizen of the state. Kerala has a vast OFC network spread across the length and breadth of the state. The importance given to OFC network can be assessed from the fact that as part of the national optic fiber network, Kerala was the first state in India to connect all panchayats through OFCs by June 2015. We have also set up one of the best IT infrastructure to provide the basis for the e-governance initiatives, that is two data centers and Kerala State Wide Area Network connecting 3,000 offices across all 14 districts of Kerala. E-governance is rapidly transforming all the sectors of our economy. It helps to redefine concepts such as competitiveness, quality, delivery, responsiveness, and innovation. Global information networks are rapidly transforming the ways governance is delivered. The potential of e-government as a tool for development hinges upon the three prerequisites: a minimum threshold level of technological infrastructure, human capital and e-connectivity for all. The United Nations has developed the e-government development index, a composite indicator measures human capital as one of the parameters along with the scope and quality of online services and development status of telecommunication infrastructure. Kerala was the first state to roll out the many e-governance projects like e-district in all the districts. Kerala has made much progress in projects across departments like education, local government, transport, commercial taxes, revenue, police, and employment, who have rolled out various citizen-centric software applications. The state is now a digitally connected state as a result of many of these proactive policies and projects. Kerala has now the highest mobile penetration with more than 31 million connections for a population of 33 million, with a rapid increase in the usage of smartphones. Kerala also has 34.71% internet subscription, one of the highest in the country. The availability of broadband in rural areas is the highest in our country. Creating a robust IT infrastructure has helped us in financial inclusion and thereby further strengthening the equality. Kerala is also a leading performer in financial inclusion projects like Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana in terms of account opening and enrollment in insurance schemes. we clearly believe that modern technology and infrastructure should be available to all sections of the society equally. We have laid a clear-cut roadmap for making Kerala a digital society. Implementation of projects like cloud-enabled state data centers, providing high-speed Wi-Fi connectivity, expanding optic fiber network, video conferencing till the village level, digital file flow in all government offices, mobile governance, when clubbed with digital literacy, will bring us closer to realizing the dream of digital society. So, for our most important assets, our people, what do we do to make sure they are ready for the future? A word comes to mind: empowerment. Empower them through digital literacy and provide them access to world-class IT infrastructure. It is my hope that your deliberations at this conference will help us further in evaluating our performance and strategizing for the future. I thank you for inviting me and for recognizing the efforts of Kerala in e-governance. Governance today is extremely challenging with aspirations of people growing every moment. I strongly believe that information technology will change the way governance will be delivered in future and will help us in meeting the aspirations of the people. I wish you all a very best in your noble efforts. Thank you all for inviting me for this function and also for facilitating me. Thank you. My thanks to ET and all the organizers in this regard. Thank you all.
Thank you so very much, sir. And I request you to please take a seat. I'd also like to invite on the podium Vidyotma Sharma. Let's put our hands together as we welcome her on stage. Let's put our hands together. Vidyotma, may I please request you to join us on stage to facilitate and thank each one of the members who's been kind enough to join. And sir, what better way than we start with you? We'd like to... No, sir. We'd like to felicitate you, sir, for one photo opportunity. Sir, please accept. Sir, a token of our appreciation. Let us put our hands together as we capture the moment. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring it to your notice that today Mr. Kuti is actually celebrating Onam. Can we all just clap our hands and wish him? He's left it all and come here to grace the occasion. We are really honored, sir, that you've left your family function and religious function and come here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So true. So may I request you to please stay on? So we'll capture the moment. So just one photograph. I'd also like to invite on stage Shri Agarwal, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Let us put our hands together as he joins us on stage. We thank you, sir, for being a part of this very special evening. Ms. Sharma doing the honors. Thank you so very much, sir. Let us now welcome on stage Shri Amarjeet Sinha, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Rural Development. We welcome you, sir. Let us put our hands together as he steps on stage. An honor that you could be a part of the evening. I'd now like to welcome on stage Shri Anup Kumar Agarwal, CEO, National E-Governance Program DETI. A warm welcome to you, sir. Let's put our hands together as he steps on stage. Let us now welcome on stage Shri Dinesh Tyagi, CEO, CSC E-Governance. A warm welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting Tyagi ji. Let us now put our hands together as I welcome on stage Shri Rajat Muna, Director General, CDAC. A warm welcome to you, sir. And Ms. Sharma, before I thank you, may I please request you to share a few words with the audience?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming here. Digital India, as we all know, a very pet program of our government. The best part is that the government has taken a keen interest. And gone are the days when we used to have those, I believe we all know, कबूतर भेजा करते थे communication के लिए. कबूतर जा 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 आपको याद होगा. And then slowly things increased and communication prospered a little, and then after that we have come to the digital age. I remember very well that when I was with Bombay Times as an assistant editor, our MD, Mr. Vineet Jain, had said at that time that in the next few years there'll be a digital revolution. And at that time we really did not take it that seriously. We said, Mr. Jain is saying it. But will it be like that? We were news hounds. We always believed in print. And we were running around to get our news stories as a journalist at that time. And today, when I look back, I said, what a visionary he was. Because this is a digital age. The mobile has become an extension of our personality. You cannot be disconnected from your laptop. Your children cannot be disconnected. And there is no way, and these are just the minor things that we are talking about our normal life. Today, the government has been bringing about a digital revolution that we feel that in the next few years we'll say gone is the paperwork and everything is done online. And it becomes easy. There is a lot of running around that has been stopped, and there are quite a few stalwarts over here. Our sponsors, our partners who've been making a brilliant contribution in this field. So I welcome you all on behalf of the Economic Times, and we will just declare this open and let the discussions begin. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And like she said, that yes, let's open the house for a very enlightening discussion indeed. I'd now like to invite on stage Muhammad Safirullah Sahab. Let us put our hands together for the Director of Kerala State Information Technology Mission, Department of Information Technology. A warm, warm welcome to you.
Distinguished dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. On behalf of Government of Kerala, it's my proud privilege to share the digital journey of Kerala on how it has evolved into a digitally connected state for the last couple of decades. So for the next 10 minutes, I'll be just taking the learned audience here through the journey. Kerala's digital progress started close to 15-20 years back, and around 1990 itself, by and large, the literacy equality had been established. And based on the Human Development Index, Kerala had always performed well. So it was on the breakthrough point on the next particular evolution. And it was at that point that early 2001, early 2002, that when internet was just growing and mobile penetration was coming forward, the need for training and empowering the citizens actually was felt by the government. And Akshaya as a project for digital literacy was launched in the year 2002 November, and in the district of Malappuram, Kerala, close to 600 centers were established where their target was to digitally train and empower the people on basics of computers and internet in their panchayats. And these are the 4 pillars I would like to spend the next few minutes talking about. The first two pillars in blue and yellow are in pure economics, the demand side of it, and what is there in green and red are in the supply side of it. As we all know that for a healthy economy, both demand and supply should be in good healthy condition. And similarly in a healthy e-governance state, it is important that both the demand for services from the citizens and supply of services, both quality and quantity, are good in a healthy space. So the first project I am going to talk about is that blue color, what is called Akshaya. It started in 2002, and by 2018, at least 1 members in 33 lakh families were trained in digital literacy and to become digitally literate. What happened was, then they were in a position to actually use internet for basic services like mail and video chat. This I am talking about the period between 2002 to 8. The second thing on the demand side to empower citizens was the project IT at School. IT at School was a project which started in the year 2001-2, which provided internet and basic computer and programming skills to all kids who graduated and passed their SSLC, that is the 10th standard. And therefore, every year 4+ lakh kids were educated having these basic e-literacy qualification. Similarly, on the same lines, in the early 2001, the third pillar on the supply side, the state had granted a lot of right of way for developing the optic fiber connectivity network. It was felt at that time that to give a sustained e-governance service, the backbone which is required is OFC. So then the OFC network started flowing on. And not only with the PSU, BSNL, but a lot of private companies have very healthy representation in Kerala. Then the fourth pillar on the supply side, that is the state data centers, the state WANs, and the National Optic Fiber Network and the applications, the cloud-enabled data center. So that is the infrastructure, core IT infrastructure of the state. So what has been done is effective healthy demand generation from the public through Akshaya and IT at School, and effective supply provisioning through optic fiber connectivity backbone and the data centers and the WANs, etc. So what was the result? These statistics I just picked up from the TRAI May report. The first thing is the internet subscription. If you see, 34.7 people in per 100 population have access to internet in Kerala, which is highest in the entire country. There, the point I'd like to stress is based on the broadband availability in rural areas, since the equality is always a priority of the government. The broadband availability in rural India, which is 1.97 million, is in terms of pure numbers itself is maximum in the entire country, even though Kerala is a small state. The tele density is 95%, which is makes it one of the top 5 states in India. The wireless subscriber base 31%, and 50+% is rural. So the key contributors, one project e-district, I just gave an example. We have so many projects which were launched as a part of National E-Governance Plan of Government of India after 2006, Plan 1 and 2. E-district, for example, was launched in all districts in the state. Kerala has always had a very healthy birth and death registration, and the LSGD institutions are very strong. The third tier administration is very strong. So there is a separate IT wing called Information Kerala Mission, which has launched 16 applications for various purposes, including tax payment, water and utility payments, and for basically addressing the local self-government tasks. The virtual IT cadre for creating the soft power, so that every department, it was mandated to create an in-house IT cell. And in early 2000 itself, there was a government order which says that 3% of entire budget of a department should be earmarked for IT. This, I am talking about 15 years back. Aadhaar generation is just an example. 3.7 million people have benefited from digital textbooks through the IT at School project. Right now, we have 2,450 common service centers, Akshaya. The broad term common service center had a lot of aspects of Akshaya being incorporated in it. Today, Akshaya is not only limited to e-literacy, it is a one-stop showroom for all the e-governance schemes, and also is into many other services like insurance, IT training and certification. The commitment of the state and the understanding that optic fiber is going to be the driving factor is implicit that Kerala was the first state to complete national optic fiber network connectivity. So when the rest of the India was talking about how do we make internet reach all the panchayat, by June 2015, Kerala had already connected 100% of panchayats, gram panchayats, 100% of block panchayats through optic fiber network. The only panchayat which was not connected with optic fiber network was connected through VSAT, because it was a tribal panchayat in a remote, in a reserve forest. And just an example that we are fully into DBT. Kerala was also the first state to include a lot of direct benefit transfers as early as 2006-07. It is also a leading performer in Pradhan Mantri Jandan Yojana and Jeevan Jyoti and Suraksha Bima Yojana, the insurance schemes, because of a lot of empowerment which has been created over a period of time. Digital locker was first demonstrated through the e-district project of Government of Kerala. And then we also have a cloud-enabled data center, so that the departments need not really worry about creating the core infrastructure, which is basically an IT domain. I'll just explain these 3 projects with few statistics for the next few minutes. Akshaya has now evolved into a one-stop center for all the e-governance services, like Aadhaar, say, every e-governance services which is provided by both the central government and state government is available at Akshaya. Now the beauty there is through the provisioning of Akshaya, the information asymmetry has been reduced, and therefore we have been able to create a much more better digitally equal society. Kiosk banking is one thrust area for Akshaya in future. IT at School is a major project wherein from 2002 a separate IT cadre for training the kids in schools was started. And right now, for the last 1 year, the digital collaborative textbooks has been started, which was started for the first time. And all the services of schools are going online. And SSLC was made online almost 13 years back. And 100% Aadhaar seeding is there in school students. IT infrastructure, just statistics. The state WAN connects close to more than 3,300 offices. The National Optic Fiber Network is there in all the Gram Panchayats, Block Panchayats. NKN has 87 institutions connected in Kerala. and BSNL is right now at 20,000 kilometer OFC penetration, and we have very healthy participation from other private players. So what next to move into the digital society? Many of these thrust areas are adopted from the Digital India vision from Government of India. The BharatNet, what Government of India is coming up, is a priority because right now we have connected the OFCs to the block and Gram Panchayats, but it is important that we take them to each and every government office, each and every education, health and other institution which requires an OFC connectivity. Mobile governance is going to be a major thrust area. It is evident that we have the highest telecom density with 4G coming very soon, and already Airtel has launched it. We know that smartphone sales are more than the combined sales of computer, laptops and desktops put together. So any service has to be through the mobile service. Free Wi-Fi hotspots we have started provisioning in many centers in Kerala. Malappuram incidentally is also the first municipality in India where the entire district has been connected through free Wi-Fi. E-Office, Kerala Secretariat is completely now in E-Office. We are rolling it in 7 out of the 14 districts, and 15 directorates are also on board right now from this financial year. Digital literacy second phase is being planned, but this time the digital literacy will have more thrust on use of tablets, the mobile governance, and use of online services, payment utilities, so that people need not go to the center for paying water bill, electricity bill, or for doing any e-transaction, like e-commerce transaction. Electronics at school has been started, where we want the kids to do the basic electronics coding at school, because we feel that probably in 5 to 10 years that is going to be the next big break. So we have already started electronic at school, similar to way what IT at school was started 2002. We feel that as a state that the kids should not join engineering and then feel that why they have joined engineering where their interests were somewhere else. So the basic tastes of programming, the coding, the hardware, so that is what we are starting to do. The Raspberry Pi kits have been is going on in a big way in Kerala, where Startup Mission is working in big full-fledged swing. E-banking kiosk I already have shared. Cyber security division is there. CERT-K modeled on the CERT-In model. We are working based on the e-governance structure. We are planning to increase its reach so that the entire cyber security is taken care of. So once again, I thank everyone here for the patient listening, and I would like to thank the organizers for having given the state of Kerala an opportunity to share its journey so far. Thank you once again. Happy Onam to all.
Thank you so very much for sharing the details with us. And moving on, we'd now like to open our first panel discussion of the evening, Digital Empowerment, United Political and Corporate Impetus for Digital Bharat. Let us put our hands together as I invite on stage our panel chair, Shri Pankaj Khurana, Director, Advisory Services, PwC. Warm welcome to you, sir. I'd now like to invite on stage our panelists. Once again, let us put our hands together as I welcome Shri Amarjeet Sinha, Additional Secretary, Minister of Rural Development, Government of India. You know, putting our hands together always means that it leads to blood circulation, which means healthier us. Thank you. I'd also like to welcome on stage Shri Dinesh Tyagi, CEO, CSC E-Governance. Once again, a warm welcome. Shri Anup Kumar Agarwal, CEO, National E-Governance Program, DATE, Government of India. I'd like to welcome Neelam Dhawan, Country Managing Director, Hewlett-Packard India. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. Debjani Ghosh, Vice President, Sales and Marketing Group, Managing Director, South Asia, Intel. A warm welcome, ma'am. Very soon, we'll be joined by Aruna Sundarajan, Additional Secretary, Telecom and Administrator, USOFI, Government of India. Please bear with us for a couple of minutes till we mic up our panelists. And in an ideal scenario, we'd like to keep at least 10 minutes for an interactive session. All yours, sir.
Good evening, everyone. So we are starting this panel discussion on Digital India, where we would be throwing light on various aspects from private and government sector. And starting with Ms. Neelam Dhawan, the first question for the panel would be, I think, from the private sector. So, ma'am, as you understand, Digital India campaign has generated a lot of buzz and excitement amongst the common masses as well as the corporate sector. There are a lot of expectations which have been set for the private sector and government sector, and there is a lot of pressure to perform. So with this coming from a private sector, let me ask you, what are your views on Digital India, and do you think that if Digital India campaign has been able to change the dynamics from an expectation and aspiration perspectives amongst the corporates?
So thanks, Pankaj. Let me just talk about what I see in the Digital India initiative and how the private sector is looking at it. Clearly, it's a very, very important initiative of the government. If I look at this initiative, it is a social equalizer. We are trying to bring the whole country together and share a platform with them where they can seamlessly communicate to the government, where citizen can interface with the government no matter where you are, what you do. Also have government and business interfaces very well done. So if you look at the 9 pillars of Digital India, which has been defined by the Digital India Mission and which was released in June sometime, each and every block of that 9 pillars is clearly somewhere where each of the private sector companies can play, whether it is to network the whole country, whether it is to provide mobile solutions to the country, whether it is to look at e-governance, e-Kranti solutions, and then look at education, literacy and manufacturing. So all the pillars is where the industry plays in. So it's a huge opportunity when you look at where all the industry can now participate in. Pause and think, last 3 years, there have been very few projects which have been undertaken by the government. And once this Digital India has been rolled out, I truly believe that many projects will get undertaken as of now. The first thing which I want us to look at is there is a huge scope for data centers to be created, whether on the cloud or physical, that doesn't matter. There will be virtual data centers, there will be physical data centers for the information which we are working on. 2, there is large amount of data getting created, whether we call it big data or just data, it's going to be large volume of data which is getting created as we roll out these applications, which will need to be processed for meaningful results. And when I look at mobility, that is going to be a pillar, because no one is going to wait, everyone will access information from their mobile phones. So I look at all the applications which have been developed in the past will have to integrate to your phone, and people will be accessing their banks, their government, their whatever they want to do, even gas connections, etc., on the mobile phone rather than going to a laptop and then using it. So I think the applications, the infrastructure, the networks which are required is all where we will play. And the last point I want to make is smart cities also interface into Digital India. When I look at all of it, cyber security will be the #1 concern which we need to address, and companies like us as HP, we have solutions in each one of these, including big data, cyber security, mobility, and having the virtual and physical data centers for us to work on. Starting step also is digitization of the country. You and I have been working on some projects where we are working with the government to digitize them, because until the information is digitized, I don't know how Digital India will take off. So a lot of work to be done, exciting opportunity, and we are here to work with the government to make it real.
So ma'am, thank you very much. This was a very exciting response which has come. So my question would be that, do you see that while you're talking about SDC, clouds, applications coming together, talking to each other, and then setting up this cyber laws and digitization, there's a lot of investment which would be required from private sector as well. So do you foresee any challenges for private sector to come forward, and any expectations which you see from government to tackle those?
Definitely the whole project cannot be done by the private sector. The private sector, let's not forget, has very limited pockets compared to government, and hence while we will bring in the subject matter experts, having done various similar projects across the globe, companies like ours will have subject matter experts in each area. I think government will have to make investments. Two, we can come with innovative business models. It's like, what you saw in Passport, where the model was set it up and you pay per passport transaction. Absolutely. Or some other projects which we are looking at, like the GSTN project is also thought of being on a participation where the model is on per transaction. Various new models can be thought of, but the industry can't do it without government participating with them on the financial aspect of it, because Absolutely. Each project runs in few thousands of crores, and we don't think we have the wherewithal and the means to do it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Neelam. I think Passport has seen its own ups and downs starting in the starting phase. I'm sure that if there is any TCS guy, he would know that initial days were not very encouraging. Sir, while we were discussing about participation from private sector, my question to you would be, Digital India is a talking point amongst the public and private sector globally. How do you think that best practices of top 10 countries, top 10 developed countries can be brought to India to leverage their experiences and fulfill the expectations set from this program?
Yeah, definitely. The expectations from the Digital India are very high in the public, in the people, in the private sector, everywhere. Sure. We recently held a Digital India Week, which was launched by Honorable PM on 1st of July, wherein we had launched a lot of services, products, apps, institutions, etc. Now, bringing in best practices from across the world, that is definitely one of the agenda. Another agenda would be to actually have best practices across states uniformly spread.
Absolutely.
As you saw, Kerala, they have high density of internet penetration. We were, one team from United Nations who do the United Nations e-government ranking is right now in our country. They are having discussions with the government departments. We have had 2 rounds of meetings with them. They went to Kerala today. They must be talking to the Government of India respective department, and the parameters which they have in their ranking, like internet penetration per 100, dropouts, or how many people, what kind of year of schooling, etc. are there. Those parameters we are somehow lagging behind, and we are also lagging behind somewhere in the services perspective, wherein they are looking for a kind of unified service delivery portal or a platform, which Neelam was right in pointing out that ultimately everything will converge on mobile, and that initiative has already been made in Karnataka.
Absolutely.
And we are looking at it and trying to replicate it across the country, and that would not only help in terms of ease of obtaining the services, but also taking us a couple of tens of notches higher in terms of service delivery index. So definitely best practices we need to follow. A lot of best practices we have also created. It's not that it is one way only. The UID is the best practice which the world can follow.
Yes.
Similarly, there are a lot of things, and our e-governance is also evolving. We started with client server kind of thing in RTO offices for transport, and now we are talking about cloud enabled transport service solution, which is already ready, revamped, and that can provide you multiple services. Like right now you have smart cards as your driving licenses, but those smart cards are actually dumb cards because they can't be read by anybody. There is no smart card reader available with the enforcement agencies. So we are trying to work around many of the solutions to make them cloud ready and mobile enabled, so that you don't need smart cards. You just need a number which can be printed on a plastic card. It saves a lot of money. I mean, a smart card is, when you deliver a smart card to a person from an RTO office, you charge them 120, 150 rupees. Like passport, she pointed out that it is being charged from the individual for each passport. So those models will be there, but we have to see that the cost of service delivery is very little.
Minimal.
It's minimal and optimal. It's not that we just charge them and give them something which is actually not creating any value. So all these things, not only best practices from the world, best practices within
the state,
best of the technology.
Yes.
We need kind of awareness and alignment about the technology, about these kind of principles of cloud-enabled thing. I mean, if we take the example of RTO office only, there are 670 RTO offices, there are 36 states and one national government. So you have more than 700 licenses to worry about in terms of purchasing, maintaining, servicing every year. Then you have to have so many teams to manage all these things. So all these things will not only, I mean, if we go to the advanced kind of technology, not only will ease things, but will also make it more cost effective. So in terms of investment from the side of government, I mean, government definitely will be spending from their side, and I think in terms of network connectivity, the big project is getting prepared and will be rolled out. It's already in the process of rollout. I think Aruna Madam would talk about it when she comes.
2016 has been set as the deadline for this.
But if we get the right technology, right solutions and right business models, I think things can happen.
Absolutely.
We need alignment. I mean, the topic is about political and corporate will. We have the will, but we have to create institutions and structures to get that will actually result in something credible, tangible, and outcome oriented.
Yeah. So while we were discussing this, Neelam also pointed out about mobile solutions, and it has come from your side also that mobile solutions are very important. So let me throw some statistics around this, that in total we have more than 7.5 billion mobile connections across the world. Out of this, 3.5 billion are the subscribers, and 17% is the average of having broadband connections on your mobile phones. Whereas in our country, we are close to 1 billion connections with about 0.6 billion subscribers. But our mobile penetration with respect to broadband is about 11% of the total mobile population. I think this is also important. Somewhere government needs to look at that, how can we increase broadband connectivity or the providing connections and broadband services on mobile and increase their reach to the rural India. We have about 55,000 villages in the country where we don't have mobile connectivity as of now. So thank you very much, sir. Yeah, please.
No, I mean, your data would be right about the broadband, but if you see the mobile internet availability, it is much higher. So if you have thin solutions which do not require broadband, I think my numbers would be more than 250 million. So it's not 11%. The internet on mobile would be around 25% more or more.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's number one.
Absolutely.
Number two, about the connectivity. I was reading in BBC Hindi, the jugaad in the village. If you want to do some transaction through mobile, you go to the highest hill in the village to get the connection.
Yeah.
So it is not that if 55,000 out of 6 lakh villages are not connected right now in terms of mobile internet or mobile connectivity, those people are not getting services at all. Yeah. I can recall one incident. I was director of fisheries in West Bengal. I went to a place in Jalpaiguri, remote place. They were rearing those goldfish, etc., the aquarium fish. The village did not have any electricity, and that guy was using mobile. I asked him, how are you using mobile? He says, I go 3 days, after 3 days, I get it charged from a battery and I use it.
Very good.
So it's not that only availability, when we see availability is there, then only it is there. It is there otherwise also. So there are a lot of people, ingenuine people, who will find ways of using whatever. We have to create things so that they can use them.
So in this context, sir, latest I was reading about that Prime Minister took a very important meeting some time back, and mobile connectivity has been put at the prime agenda because of frequent call drops. So maybe this is going to increase penetration and going to help people at large. So while we are discussing about these solutions and lot of things happening around this world with respect to e-governance, I think capacity building has also become very important aspect which needs to be addressed. especially not only from government or public sector or employment point of view, but also from citizen point of view. So my next question is to Mr. Tyagi. Sir, one important aspect which is often the most discussed among elements is the capacity building and the change management aspects, both at the government as well as the citizen level. Let me invite you to share your experiences and thoughts on the potential of current initiatives such as NSDC program, NCS, National Career Centers, and and how can corporate sector contribute in these initiatives and make Digital India a reality?
See, my workspace where I work is basically in rural India, and since what Akshay told by Kerala is what we do for common service centers across the country. One of the programs under the Digital India mission relates to the National Digital Literacy Mission, what is called DISHA, Digital Sakshata Abhiyan. Digital Sakshata Abhiyan envisages one person in every family to be made illiterate. What Kerala did in 2002 actually became a Bible for the new Digital India initiative for doing across the country. It's a big challenge, it's not an easy proposition, looks easy. We worked out a calculation based on that. You need to spend 25,000 crores in order to really do one person in every family. Government has initially said they will do 50 lakhs, and among the 50 lakhs being done, that is being done through the same system, is basically what envisages building capacity at that level, at the cutting edge level, at the level when you really try and make these people in the villages to understand what is digital and also make use of what is being offered to them as part of the governance or the private sector initiative. So that how the private sector can participate? As I said, government initially is doing only 50 lakhs. You can try and help in creating through either CSR or through other initiative in order to try and create this. I understand there are a lot of work being done already by Intel and NASSCOM, and a lot of other organizations can support. Ultimate objective is what? When a person in a village becomes digitally literate, he gets empowered, enlightened, and he will use information, knowledge and skills in order to make his living better and also use technology, which is actually win-win situation for everybody. They are not losers in the game, whether the private sector, government or the individual in creating that framework. One of the other things which government is doing it, one of the program which is launched is called Digitize India. DigitizeIndia.gov. It's a platform built where you can digitize government records, because one of the point mentioned was if the government records are not digitized, what do you deliver services with? It's a big challenge. So we were looking at some records on birth and death. They are horrible. If you look at the old records of birth and death, you can't even actually scan them because of a terrible situation. Some are half torn and others part of this. You have many of these records to be digitized. So what the government has done is that they have actually created a platform that you can take the government documents, put it, and then get through a crowdsourcing model digitize these documents, and it's working very well. So what the private sector can do is they can really help in trying associating with the platform, put some people in sabbatical with us since we manage the portal on behalf of the Government of India, also help us in trying and further evolving this platform to really make every city in this country to participate in the process of governance, because this actually people can do in their own house. They can be on a metro, or they can be sitting, wives, husband, teachers, students, everybody can digitize, and for every digitization done, he is paid. There are points earned and he is paid. So that's how the model is, but it creates a real kind of an andolan, a movement of people's participation in trying creating a new digital India. That's how we can do. The third is a digital locker, which is an initiative done. There are a lot of industry players who can come and try and support the government either by getting sabbatical or trying and building. It's in conceptual stage, it's been launched, people can do. There are a lot of work still need to be done in order to fully integrate. As the Prime Minister said, his vision is that any person who want to go for an interview or something, today if some interviewer asks him what is your class 12 certificate, he goes through the great documents and take out and then finally give it a copy. What should happen when you do digital locker and put all the records of the institutions across? is what he's envisaged. He's saying that when somebody asks you 12th record, you should look at his mobile, pass on to him and saying, kindly, I'll send it to your mail, kindly look into it. This is what digital locker continues. As he says, a lot of learning still need to be done. A framework has been prepared. The private sector participants from the industry can really help in building it a great idea. I think the whole motive is whatever certificates are issued by government, the onus of proof should not lie in individual. The onus of proof lie on the user from the government repository. That is what ultimate. What is e-governance? Basically, we were discussing in the morning in some half with dealing with government officials. I am saying when you actually every citizen of the country, if he is not going to the government office for getting a service delivery, that is really governance. And what and how you can do it is the participation of private. Everybody in this hall and everybody across the country need to participate, support. Government alone will be difficult to do it. And I'm sure need a lot of innovative ideas in trying to do it. Digital India is only a platform. It has got 9 pillars defined. There are a lot of nitty-gritties to be done, but the large objective remains the same. The Honorable Prime Minister says, make life simple for each human being. That is the objective of Digital India. All other processes will fall in line in that format.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tyagi, and this was, I think the thoughts were very well put, and I'll be moving to Mr. Amarjit Sinha next, because we have set this agenda and we started our discussion on participation and encouragement of e-governance up to the rural India. So, Mr. Amarjit, who happens to be from Ministry of Rural Development, so sir, my next question would be to you. Your ministry has a very critical role to play, as you specifically focus on the development aspects of rural part of the country. Considering that Digital India program cannot be a success till there is inclusion. Inclusion is from people and reach point of view, and empowerment at the rural level. What are the steps or initiatives which MORD is taking in this regard?
Thank you for this opportunity. We've heard the supply side stories on the expansion which is taking place, on the connectivity. A country of over 1 billion people in over 1 million places, million hamlets, is surely a daunting challenge. Even more so in the rural development space, because the households that we work with are the households that require technology most for delivering very basic services.
Absolutely.
If I add up the households that our department work with, the workers who do manual casual labor under the National Rural Employment Guarantee Program, at the peak of a season, it's about 1.40 crore people, 1.50 crore people a day, per day. If I add to that roughly 20 lakh self-help groups of women, poor women, who've organized themselves into SHGs and village organizations, and if I add up these numbers, we almost get the universe of the poor in rural areas. Some idea of it we have got from the census, the socio-economic census, whose results have just come. Yes, we have used technology very extensively in ensuring that the poor have an opportunity not only to work and earn a livelihood, but also to ensure that we reach the payments on time. We've had our challenges on the supply side. We pay all our workers, about 94% of them, through banks and post offices. We have the NREGA software, which in all humility I can say that perhaps it handles more transactions than the IRCTC of the railways, because 1.5 crore laborers, their wages are all paid through their bank accounts and post office accounts using the NREGA soft MIS. The fund transfer orders which are generated automatically in the system drop into the boxes of banks, and thereafter the challenges of actually delivering the money to the household. Even if we are able to, in the act we said we'll pay within 15 days. With the electronic system in place, perhaps with a little more effort, we will be able to ensure fund transfers right up to the bank account within 15 days, but unfortunately that doesn't translate into money in the hands. That last mile needs more technology solutions, interoperable machines, whatever the requirements at that cutting edge. The second issue, the financial inclusion, again, if we have to achieve what we've set out for ourselves, it is these accounts of the poor that need money. It is these accounts of the MGNREGS workers, the National Rural Livelihood Mission self-help groups which are engaging in large activities. We have made a sincere effort with very good results in many states to ensure that almost all of our workers are engaged, are opening a bank, Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan bank account, are availing of the accident insurance and the life insurance facilities, joining the Atal Pension Yojana wherever possible, both to the self-help group members and to the members of the Mahatma Gandhi, workers who do work under the wage employment program. We've also, again using the same platform, tried to connect and find out that those who are doing manual casual labor, we don't expect them to do all their lives the same thing. What are their aspirations for skill development? A few months ago, we launched a LIFE project to try and understand those who had been doing this program. What is it that what skills would they like to acquire? And we were quite pleasantly surprised that through the same MIS, over a 45-day period, we have got more than 32 lakh requests for skill development. How does one translate that into action? Unless technology is reaching out at that last mile, there are challenges we face, and clearly from Digital India on the supply side, we are looking for solutions that delivers monies into the accounts of the poor, that improves livelihood of households. For example, a lot of our programs on livelihoods have encouraged women's groups to set up producer companies and producer groups. A lot of the market information, a lot of the technology, a lot of the challenges of enterprise, the challenges of skills, the challenges of marketing. We've had self-help groups now in remote areas, even as distant as Purnia in Bihar, where women's collective of producer groups from the self-help groups this year have traded in, for example, maize trade on the NCDEX. They are listed as a listed company on the NCDEX. Now, this is the kind of change, and if technology has to stand up for the poor, if financial inclusion has to be effective, these are the challenges that we face. The poorest households, and again, as I said, we have a census of them from the socio-economic census whose results have just been published. Household-wise, name-wise, family number-wise, there is an identification number as per the National Population Register. What we are trying to ensure is also to monitor what change we bring in their lives over the years. Have we succeeded in reducing the deprivation or not? And for doing all of this, Digital India and a lot of the initiatives under the Digital India are of great consequence to us. We are trying to find our way through, whether it is for skills under the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Kaushal Yojana, whether it is for self-employment through the RCETs set up by banks, whether it is for wage employment programs, whether it is for livelihood augmentation and improvement, for sustainable agriculture, for a whole lot of other interventions through women self-help groups. So in a manner, we hold the test for whatever happens on the supply side. If you are able to reach out to each of the households that we work with, the poorer households, the deprived households, the so-called automatically included households of the poor, who require certain services, whether it is availability of banking services, whether it is connectivity to improve their livelihoods, whether it is partnerships that ensure their fuller participation, whether for insurance schemes, whether for pension schemes. The entire range of services that we are offering, a challenge for all the providers of Digital India is to actually reach the households that the Department of Rural Development works with. I would like to end by saying that while we have traveled a long distance, I think its journey just begun, because the kinds of opportunities which are available through the digital platform in the lives of the poor, and as education levels among girls also goes up, as we find with the 71st round NSSO, I think it is a change which I think industry needs to take note of. I often give this example, 42nd round of the National Sample Survey 1986-87, 69% 6+ females in rural areas not even enrolled in schools. I am talking about 1986-87, the year of the National Policy of Education, not a very old story. Something had gone wrong on primary education in our first 4 decades. Thereafter, a lot of initiatives have happened, the Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan and thereafter all the efforts. 71st round of the NSSO, for the first time, it says there is no difference in the net attendance ratio of boys and girls, that schools, primary schools are available within 1 kilometer for 99% of the population, and upper primary school is available for 86% of the population. But most importantly, whether it is a boy or a girl, net attendance ratio right up to elementary level seems to be the same. It's an important movement from where we were in 86-87, and a lot of this reflects in indicators of health as well. Fertility rates are down from 2.9 to 2.3 over the last 10 years. Infant mortality rates are similarly down. Age at marriage has gone up. Girls' education, and I think it has consequences for the IT-enabled services as well, because what seemed impossible, just as when Kerala was presenting its case, it had one panchayat where they needed to use the VSAT. We are looking forward to a situation where there is every village in country which has some literate girls and women who have gone through the schooling process, and I think that is what holds the key to empowerment, which ultimately is the objective of whatever we do.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, sir. While your statistics, some of the statistics have given confidence that yes, we are moving to good numbers. At the same time, I think there are to tackle with some of the challenges like connectivity and all. I'm sure that BharatNet and such programs are going to tackle some of the problems. And at the same time, there are a lot of other steps which are being taken with respect to increase the mobile penetration, increase the connectivity up to last mile. So I'm sure that there are positive days, अच्छे दिन आने वाले हैं. So while ma'am we were discussing about reaching to rural India, I'm sure that corporate sector is also looking forward to contribute a lot into digital India. There has been a growing list of investment commitment in India post launch of Digital India program. Considering that we have a majority government at center, do you think if this is enough to make digital empowerment a success and would encourage investment from corporate sector? Especially when we are talking about rural India needs a lot of investments coming from.
I think having a majority government at the center is definitely a confidence booster, and as far as corporates are concerned, it helps. But at the same time, the reality of India is that India is a federated country.
Yeah.
India is a country that consists of 29 states and 7 union territories, which are pretty independent in the way they form policies and the way they execute to those policies. And I think that's something we cannot really forget when we, as corporate, we are thinking about deployment initiatives to drive Digital India. That is something we totally cannot forget. We have to think through how do we work at a state level as well at a center level. And here I think there is a very urgent need. You have these 9 verticals of Digital India, the 9 pillars of Digital India, which are absolutely perfect, which lay out a brilliant vision, which lay out a brilliant framework for Digital India. What needs work today is across these 9 pillars, you need to have a few horizontal layers that will be running across, and that brings about a level of standardization focused on ease of execution. For example, standards. they have to be defined, and they have to be defined and cannot be negotiated state by state or different departments amongst the centers. Standards have to be defined for each of these pillars. Security, it has to be built in. As Neelam said, it's very critical, it's something we are all very concerned about. And it has to be, as a policy, has to be built in across the 9 verticals.
Absolutely.
Right? One of the biggest obstacles to public-private partnership is the current procurement laws. You have to address these kind of policies. You have to address those, and you have to ensure that, again, they're cutting across the 9 pillars so that it's enabling corporates to actually go out and work with the government, right?
Absolutely.
Even another one that it's actually the one that's forgotten the most is, as Sir was talking about, the girl child. Digital India also has to be inclusive India. Has to be. If we go about and make Digital India a reality and we do not address the issues of the fact that in India women are left behind when it comes to technology, we are not going to have Digital India, because let's not forget that 50% of our population is still women. So as we build out plans like broadband plans, etc., we have to ensure that the gender issues are tackled right at start at a policy level. And it's going to become extremely critical.
Absolutely.
So I think you have to map some of these horizontal policies that are going to enable the successful and effective execution of Digital India. That becomes extremely critical. And I think lastly, you take any project of Digital India, it cuts across minimum 3 to 4 different government departments.
Yes.
And a lot of the time as industry, when you're trying to participate, you will find that maybe there is not enough conversation between the government departments, right? And I think these are some of the things which are real problems that have to be addressed. How do you connect the dots between all those different departments and ensure there's one voice? Because otherwise you're going to have a fragmented plan. Absolutely. And you're going to have fragmented execution, which is not going to help anyone. So is there one of the things we recommend is having a Digital India program office. Absolutely. That will cut across all departments and build that connection that's needed and have the final authority on the execution of these plans. Because I think now we shouldn't be debating anymore about the vision, about the pillars, all of that. They're all great. Now we have to be 100% focused on execution and start identifying the real problems to execution and start finding real solutions.
Real solutions, absolutely. Very well said, ma'am. And while discussing this, I think this has been put very well, and while we were discussing this, all discussions having from all panel members, all of us have realized that Digital India, which is beyond e-governance also, but it is very important to have this strong foundation in terms of e-governance to make this as a success program, and the targets which have been, to achieve the target which have been set by government for various government departments. So my last comment, I would be requesting my last comment from Mr. Anup, from you, that since e-governance form the foundation for success of Digital India program, what is DT's top focus to ensure that this foundation remains strong for the success of this program in larger context?
I think very valid points were raised by Devyani, that we have to have a collective kind of voice, and we have to connect within before thinking of achieving something big. And I think DT is taking right steps in terms of making correct policies. We are working on a concept called government process reengineering with single source of truth. I mean, the concept is like this, that if you are sharing some data with some department, if that department is the domain owner of that data, other departments need not collect that data from you. They can ask that data from that department through different interconnected systems, either through middleware or open APIs, etc. So this is a concept which we are working on, which is going to go to the committee of secretaries headed by cabinet secretary, and that is the institutional mechanism which we have in Government of India of connecting everybody together on common things. About standards, about similar things which should cut horizontally. Standards are definitely, they have been prescribed for many of the e-government things, but there are certain standards which the department, the domain owner departments have to fix, like rural development will fix for certain of the parameters which they actually control and nobody else has the control over them. Education similarly, health similarly, they will control something, they are called, so we have something called metadata and data and standardization committees in each department which sit and look at all this data and fix the metadata standards for that. So right steps are being taken, but I think they need to be taken a little faster and a little more cohesively. We need to build a consensus around things like single source of truth, etc. There are issues of judicial intervention also. I mean, you would have all heard about this 11th August order of Supreme Court which prevents government from using Aadhaar from anything other than 3-4 activities, which is a kind of challenge which has recently come in front of us, which we need to look at and get it addressed. Otherwise, this connectivity, which because you have to connect all this data through some key. As we all know, there has to be some primary key which is likely to be Aadhaar, which is very strong candidate for that. We already have 900 million out of 127, I mean 1270 million, more than 70% people are already covered, and if we leave below 5, etc., so you will find the coverage would be more than 90%.
Absolutely.
So DT is working very strongly. We have come out with a policy on re-engineering principles, like I talked about transport application, which we had studied and that has been re-engineered. We are working with PDS, we are working with courts, we are working with treasuries, we are working with 7-8 other big applications to re-engineer them to work on common application principle hosted in cloud, which is integrated with payment platforms, integrated with mobile platforms. So all that DT is trying to drive and trying to take everybody together. DT also has approved a program of capacity building in government. We have a program which will run for around 2.5 years, and that program is being implemented by NEGD to give all this knowledge and capacity to all the partners in the government. So DT is trying to take the coordinating leadership role. I mean, DT cannot be seen to be totally leading also, because all departments are at some sort of equality.
Yes.
But since it is a coordinator, it has to take some kind of leadership, maybe more equal among others, to set the tone and the pace and the approach. And I can tell you three simple things. Our digital transactions need 3-4 basic things. One of them is digital identity, which is being given by Aadhaar. Another is your bank linked to digital identity or bank account, mobile wallet, so you can transact using digital transactions.
Yes.
Third is, if this is integrated with mobile, so you are able to do all these things, prove your identity and also transact on the go. So these basic things are in place. The Aadhaar is almost in place, mobile almost in place, bank account almost in place, integration almost in place. So from the demand side, if I have to suppose give an application to any government or private sector, I can fill those applications online, I can sign online through e-sign, I can share my documents through digital locker, I can pay through PayGov, and it's all with you. I mean, all this application processing, etc., at the back end, digitization would not be required. So if we on the demand side, we have moved a lot ahead. On the supply side, we have 44 MMPs, 24 are delivering services. NREGA is also an MMP now, and this is one of the biggest MMPs in terms of number of transactions and number. So things are happening, e-governance is happening. Only thing is this integration, and process re-engineering is two big things. Standards is third big thing, which we are working on now in a focused manner.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very strongly believer of communication is oxygen for any relationship, and I believe that in this, in the success of Digital India also, communication is going to play a very important role, where whether this is an interdepartmental communication, whether this is communication in terms of mobile infrastructure, broadband or BharatNet program. So, and whether this is in terms of sharing data through applications. So in larger context, for this program also, I think communication is going to play a very, very vital role. And of course, we expect that DT would be, please sir.
From communication, I just wanted to add, we had this Digital India Week, which was launched by Honorable PM. We had it in Indira Gandhi Stadium. I mean, no government program with PM had happened in Indira Gandhi Stadium, let me tell you. That was a beginning. We had programs at 1 lakh locations across the country, where more than 1 crore people talked and learnt about Digital India. And out of those, 60,000 were CSCs, which we tapped through CSC SPV. There were more than 50,000 Gram Panchayats, which we tapped through Panchayati Raj Ministry. All the districts, all the states had the program. So in a very short span of time, we were able to create the buzz which you just now referred to in the beginning. On the day of launch, we had 1 billion social media impressions. And during the week, another 1 billion. So it was the most talked about thing at that point of time, and we need to sustain that communication.
And now, sir, you have added 150,000 post offices also as part of your program. I'm sure that the reach is going to extend further. So with this, thank you very much for hearing us patiently and giving us this time here. Thank you very much, all of you. Yeah, so in case we have any questions from anyone, top 2 questions for the panelists. Yeah, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. That was a lovely session. I just had 2 minor questions. One was on the session of private sector and what is its role in this entire Digital India, because I think Digital India is not only a government story. So what kind of CSR or what kind of sabbatical, like Dr. Tyagi talked about sabbatical, any structured way where people from the private sector are joining government on a sabbatical? Any such case study?
So let me add.
Neelam, would you?
See, through the CSR programs, we are participating both in education and healthcare. And most companies have that, especially on digital education, as Prime Minister had outlined that each household should have at least one person who is digitally literate. So we are participating, for example, as HP, we are participating with NASCOM Foundation. We are participating with National Skills Development Corporation to develop the skills in digital. So CSR has got very closely linked to this aspect. You've touched a very, very important issue of the private sector participation in projects with the government, even if it is pro bono. Even if I say I'll give the talent to the government, there is no mechanism that the talent in the government can be utilized fully. We would be very happy if there is a program where we could ensure that some of our subject matter expertise is, people who are subject matter experts can participate with the government. So I find that area, if we can put our thoughts together and come with a framework, it will be absolutely, industry would be delighted to work on it.
I think I would like to add here, I mean, not much communication we have done around it because we are still building the back-end system. We have got a volunteer policy for Digital India in place. We are creating a digital volunteer system. We'll come out with it. We already, in one of the projects called Digital Locker, have somebody pro bono working for us. He was co-founder of Mindshare.
Yeah. He
came to us, he's working with us. So we in NEGD have that flexibility to engage people. We have internship positions. We have short-term expert positions which can be taken pro bono, which can be taken on payment basis. Short-term policy is right now open. It's on our side, DT side. Anybody who wants to work in Digital India is most welcome. Look at that. NEGD is welcoming all of you.
So I'll just add to this that section 135 of MCA, which is specifically for CSR investments, doesn't allow too much flexibility for investment, but I think Mr. Anup, what you have put as volunteer participation by people, I think this is a very excellent idea.
If that does not allow, I think I have read that section when I was in different ministry. There is a provision where the Corporate Affairs Ministry can add to that list.
Absolutely.
And if you feel that some of the activities are not there, we can take up with that ministry.
Absolutely. I think that you've touched a very important point, because when we have to do proofs of concept where we want to bring in some people and use it from a CSR, because at the end of the day we're going to do it free for the government or free for a state. If that can be allowed under CSR, it will be an absolute delight for all of us.
We can talk with you and
I think the whole industry would appreciate it.
You know, it doesn't all have to be CSR. For example, a lot of us are investing in long-term market development with no sales goals right now, but India needs it. India needs long-term market development, which will benefit industry and everyone in the long term, right? So, for example, and I'll speak on behalf of Intel, and this is first-hand experience. We found this government to be much more open to collaboration and partnerships than any government before.
Yeah.
In fact, we are, on digital literacy, we are participating with Mr. Tyagi, we are partnering with him, and it's amazing to see that it's not just a one-way partnership, but there's actual collaboration. There's sessions where we sit down and say, how should we assess? There are sessions we sit down and say, how do we, change something so that the training can be more effective? And they're so open to listening to those inputs, and we've seen them acting on it, which is absolutely, it's a very refreshing experience. We are participating with the Department of Science and Technology to run one of the largest innovation competitions in India, the Innovate for Digital India Challenge. And it's just amazing to see the way the government has rolled up their sleeves and they're participating with us, from mentoring to managing some of the processes, etc. So, frankly, the old mindset where we felt it was difficult to partner with government, I think that's gone.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
Totally gone. It's now about identifying where do you as corporate bring the maximum value. I think that is very important to identify, and then go with a concrete plan to the right department. We've at least found that not just 9 out of 10, but 10 out of 10 cases.
Yeah, so CSR, more than investment in terms of putting those money, it has become more of knowledge, a lot of other components into it. So, Mr. Tyagi, you wanted to add?
Just to add, ma'am, what you said, the CSR fund can be used for digital literacy. Many of the NASSCOM partners are actually using it. Our target is huge, 20 crore people to be trained because of one person in every family. It's a big challenge, but I think we are all aspiring that you will participate and try and support this movement across. The only institution which use people from private sector for sabbatical is UIDI. And thanks to Mr. Nandan Nilekani, he brought the system. This system already in place. There is a way in which people came for sabbatical both from India and abroad, work with UID, and that's why UID today is so great, so fantastic. It's really emerged as one of the greatest technology platform available for all kind of works which is to be done. You can today do in sabbatical. If somebody wants to work in sabbatical for simplifying life for people, we are willing to take them. As many as possible. We have a large opportunities either in health, agriculture, rural India, because of whatever you want to do, and you have people, we will be willing to support in that sense.
So, I will be taking last question. Maybe ma'am, you raised your hand. So.
Good evening. Thanks for the insightful discussion. My question is, are we have any thoughts or are we envisaging involving academia apart from corporate and the government sector? Because even in case you have partnership with the corporate world, it's going to require a large set of manpower which is actually going to make it implementable to the grassroots level. For example, if you make mandatory for maybe for engineering students to kind of help in the Digital India initiative, because they have huge amount of time and the mind share to be involved. So we can tap on that large pool which is at reasonably lower cost and which is really enthusiastic to be part of the Digital India initiative.
So I would be requesting Mr. Anup if you can.
In fact, in the morning we and Mr. Tyagi were together and we were talking to a professor from IIT Delhi. He was telling, I have got people who want to come and work on Digital India. How do I bring them on? So I told him the same thing, that we have this policy. But to more seriously, we are going to, we are planning to, maybe how much we succeed, we don't know. We are planning to have university workshop across the country. NSS, National Service Scheme, I hope you've heard of it. It is a kind of mandatory scheme. Each college going student has to either do NCC or NSS. So we are tying up with them. They have coordinator up to the college level. We are tying up with them to select 10 students from each college, train them intensively at the university level, and then we use them as digital volunteers for spreading not only digital literacy but other things. So that is one part. This is a little lower level work, not a very high intellectual work, but for higher side, for the technical people, we are trying to work with NASSCOM and few other organizations to organize hackathons and pick ideas and then replicate them. These are the two things which we in an organized manner are trying to do.
Thank you, sir. Otherwise, a corporate is going to be very expensive for the government, so that's a cheaper source for us. So that
you are so right.
And that's going to bridge the gap between industry and the college studies. That's going to be huge benefit even in terms of empowerment to the student and finally the nation.
You know, one of the initiatives that we are doing with DATI, in fact, DATI and DST, is this Innovate Challenge that I talked about. Which encourages makers from across India to come and develop solutions for Digital India. Most of the projects are university students and they are mind-blowing. They're absolutely mind-blowing. In fact, they are right now going through an intense mentorship where IIM is actually mentoring. So it's government, industry, academia, everyone has come together. But there is so much talent there that has to be channelized and used to create solutions for India. I don't think corporates can do the kind of work that they are.
Exactly.
The brains are.
Last year there was an initiative by NIC by showcasing their data from different departments, and they had some competition open to university kids, you know, building around application around that data, making sense out of it, and that was a grand success.
So now the data set is much improved and much more. In fact, we can request NIC to do one more round of contest. In fact, we can do that contest. We don't need even NIC to do it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, members. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Khurana, for making it such an engaging panel discussion. I'd like to thank all the panelists for sharing their opinions and, of course, for sharing some real-life experiences as well. So once again, let's put our hands together for all of them. And, of course, they'll be a part of the evening. So we have an opportunity for more question and answers on a one-to-one level a little later. But as of now, we'd like to move on to our next panel discussion, which is extending the e-governance narrative to engineering campuses for furthering efficiency, effectiveness, and employment. A lot of this being connected to a few of the questions that were just raised. I'd like to invite on stage our panel chair, Mr. Vinay Kumar Nangia, Professor, IIT Roorkee. Let's put our hands together as he steps on stage. We welcome you, sir. Let's also put our hands together as I invite our panelists. I'd like to welcome Ms. Serene from Delhi University, Mr. Sanjeev Singh, Network Fellow, Institute of Informatics and Communication, University of Delhi, South Campus. I'd also like to welcome on stage Dr. George Mathew, Chairman, Institute of Social Sciences. No applauses for the gentleman there? Thank you. And let's also put our hands together as I welcome on stage Mr. Raghav Mittal, Director, Extra-Edge. Once again, after the panel discussion, we'd like to open the house for a couple of questions.
Can I come there? Can I come there?
Bear with us a couple of minutes. All yours, sir.
Good evening to everybody. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity to be interacting on a subject which I had not seen earlier in any of the eGov summits or conference where what could be done for engineering campuses could have been talked. So this is a great opportunity. I was only wondering, the title is very exciting, and the title is eGov Narrative to Engineering Campuses for Furthering Efficiency, Effectiveness and Employability. All are very heavily loaded words to start with, but we'll try to decipher it to the extent we can. The good thing is, some time back I was discussing with somebody and asking what is the hope for the country. So I was told the hope is the new leadership, and interestingly the leadership creates hope, And in the arena of eGov, we've been seeing Digital India, discussions on Digital India, Make in India, Skill India, GST, and all kinds of things happening. But at the same time, if you look at UN survey, United Nations survey, I think in the morning too, in the earlier sessions, two persons spoke about that, the minister from Kerala and later the panelist, one of the panelists, that index was one, ranking was another, and this particular survey conducted in 2014 puts us at the rank of 118 amongst the nations, 193 nations surveyed. There are three elements to that survey. One is telecom infrastructure, the second is online services to be provided, and third is the human capital index. It is the third element which has put us down very badly. Human capital capabilities we are lacking far behind, and that is where I think these engineering institutions come in handy. We are a country where earlier, I remember 30 years back, 40 years back, it was said it is population which is creating a lot of problems, and there were family planning schemes. Later on, this was looked upon as a great marketplace. So the people were viewed as a market. I do not know when will the times come when the people will be looked as a resource. When will the people be looked as a human resource? So the people in the age group of 20 to 30, I think they form a great resource for the country, and that needs to be nurtured. Looking at the word efficiency, I was wondering where does this fit into the engineering campuses? To my mind, efficiency is provision of good management and governance institutional arrangements within the engineering campuses. So are we using e or electronic governance for the purpose of increasing the efficiency of the functioning of the engineering campuses, starting from admission, competition, and going right up to the employability, that is the placement services. So that is one of the areas where we have lacked very badly. I have been seeing in IITs from 1998 at least that all kind of attempts have been made for providing e-element into the campuses, but to my mind I have not seen it succeeding anywhere. Talking about the infrastructure, we started with ARNET way back 1960s. ARNET has gone a long way, yet ARNET is not really much to be seen. Then came your NKN, National Knowledge Network, that is still not to the level it is expected of. Then we saw NPTEL. NPTEL has again been working in pockets, silos. NPTEL has not been able to make any effect. I happened to be working with the Secretary IT of Punjab government way back in 2000, and they had created lots of study material for all engineering programs across the whole of the state. Unfortunately, after the Secretary has left, nothing has happened there also. So there has been, first thing is the government needs to provide that broadband of infrastructure for the purpose of basically generating efficiency in the system. The second point is effectiveness. How do you get the campuses to be effective? To my mind, there are two components. One is the course curriculum, course structure. I have not come across as yet in any of the engineering institutions where anything of eGov is being taught, anything of Digital India is being taught. Not yet, unfortunately. That is the tragedy. So there's a lot to be done in terms of course structure, course curriculum. And second is research. All our good students tend to go to USA and other places to do their higher studies, to do their research, and I think interdisciplinary work is required a lot in the area of Digital India. So I think two areas are such. One is research, another is course structure, course curriculum, which will bring about what is required in effectiveness. And the last is employability. And very sadly, the campus placement across IITs and NITs, not to talk of other places, even that has not been digitized as yet. It has not been put in place across the IITs or NITs, not to talk about the next level. So I think when we talk about campus, at one level we need provision of infrastructural arrangements. On the other side, we need to have involvement of the stakeholders. That is where I think students are not getting involved, as I think one of the persons from the audience suggested very rightly. The students, the teachers, their involvement is not there at all. And at the second level, I think awareness is completely lacking. I was amused to learn about NREGA, that so many transactions are taking place in NREGA. I mean, like when we participate in some programs, we only get to know some of the things. So awareness is key to many of these things. We need to have better awareness. I would like to now initiate with my co-panelist, and I may start with, you, sir? Professor Matthews? No? I start with Raghav Mittal. So, Mr. Raghav Mittal is a graduate from IIT Kharagpur, and he has a penchant to synergize the techno-managerial education ecosystem. He is a crusader, he is a commentator, he is a campaigner, he is a curator of several communities of practices. So I think I'll tell Raghav to open.
Thanks a lot, sir. In fact, for sir's knowledge, I have been his indirect student through my younger brother who studied at IIT Roorkee, and he was all praise for Professor Nangia's out-of-the-box thought processes and really motivating the students to really take on encouraging ideas and all. So the entire eGov campus narrative, which somewhere started in the year 2008 when I was working in the Braj region, the land of Lord Krishna, where we were developing a tourism master plan for the government of Uttar Pradesh. We had identified some 150 villages and 750 sites of interest which are of heritage and touristic importance. Now this entire massive data had to be put across in a digital repository and presented across for next levels and layers of planning. It was a mammoth task because the government of that time had, as government always do, they took a lot of time in doing their paperwork and give only a small window for the executionists to make things happen. So in 45 days we have to deliver that tourism master plan. So we had no other option but just to go to a local engineering college and get the entire battery, the entire army of CS and IT chaps out there, ki boss, come, let's do night outs and let's put up all these data sets into a framework so that we can present the report across. Now this was the whole germination point, that there is a whole lot of potential which is available in 412 districts of the country. There is at least one engineering college in 412 districts of this country. One more point which I would like to say, that somewhere or the other the 85 centrally funded engineering institutions in the country are somewhere overshadowing the entire human resource developmental narrative in the technical education. There are 4,500 engineering colleges across affiliated to 18 state technical universities, 300 odd private and deemed universities. So somewhere or the other the entire syndrome of limiting the entire national developmental narrative to the IITs, NITs and other premier institutions alone has to be somewhat seen beyond. So what we saw in the district of Mathura, that the campuses which are seen as tier 3 or tier 4 or non-employable campuses, the students out there could really deliver on something which we say in the marketing language, the below the line kind of products. As Amarjeet sir was talking about high density, like high intense IT applications which should not crash and all, but there is a lot of digitization work, there is a lot of integration work, there is a lot of baseline work which has to be done, and somewhere this is lacking where students are not working, and that is the cause where the employability problem is coming through. If the students can be really made to work on Excel sheets, there are DRDAs in the districts. I have worked for 5 long years in the district of Mathura, the district rural development agencies. They are replete with whole amount of databases. There are not enough people to put them into cogent spreadsheets which can then be analyzed and put to real developmental planning. In all the districts there is lot of duplication of work, duplication of schemes across, but because of the data synergy there might be some top down solution coming over big analytical solutions, but somewhere or the other the baseline thing has to be created. For example, the digitization of the cadastral maps, jo khasra khatwani ke nakshe hain, it is going at such a snail pace. Now if a hackathon can be done under the open data framework or whatever, the students can really do it as a smaller project. So what we saw and experimented with, there is a lot of below the line so-called computational work existing at the district level, which will probably take eons to get digitized if we really go only in the government and the industry manner. The entire initiative of eGov Campus was somewhere initiated in the phase 1, 2 years back on the UN Public Service Day. And to gather some support from the industry, we went to a very senior, a very renowned IT company over there, and the governance head, I would not name the company, he said, why are you creating the competitors for us? Now, they said we hire the same chaps from the campuses, give them a bit of training and put them to these basic works, because until or unless the digitization of work is not done in myriad phases, the top-down applications will not work at all. So that gave us a real hope, and in phase 1 around 77 campuses came forward. The program ran under the leadership of Professor Sanjeev Singh for over a year. The institutions for the first time went through all the mission mode projects, and they got a, like, from a problem solving approach, from an application oriented approach, IT was seen for the first time. Otherwise, for 4 years a student, I myself am a CSN IT graduate from IT Kharagpur. For 4 long years we were just in a lurch ki what this education would be deployed to, what I would be actually working with this. So we have to probably take a different route. If we say the Skill India narrative also, if we take it from an employability perspective, let us give certain challenges to our students, to our faculty members, and let us remove this apartheid which is existing somewhere in the policy doctrine, IITs and non-IITs, that kind of an apartheid which keeps on happening, as if the other students, if he could not get into JEE, he is not a good student that way. Coming from the employability, I feel that a lot of village level IT or eGov projects will really become effective if the campuses are made an integral part of any governmental policy implementation. This evening we have around 6 campuses from across the country who have been selected as the eGov campuses. We have Galgothias University, KR Mangalam University, GD Goenka University, NIIT University, ITM University, Gwalior, and Sikkim Manipal University from Jaipur. Recently 98 cities have been just recognized where smart cities would be developed across. There is a lots and lots of primary data collection work which has to be put up into cogent data sets. Who is going to do it? I have been I have seen the implementation of JNNURM in the city of Mathura, and now the newer projects which are coming across, World Bank supported projects, Hriday scheme. Every time the same baseline work keeps on happening. The same Sarkari Tantra, every time they will put a tender, there is no convergence department anywhere. There is a centralized authority. So why can't we bring up a local campus as a local resource center? Why can't we see a paradigm shift where we select a competent and a willing campus to come forward to become a local resource center, so that whatever consultants come, they don't have to reinvent the wheel all the time. So one of the things is the effectiveness of all the visionary national programs. What Sir was talking about, that Indira Gandhi Stadium, 1 lakh people, launching Digital India. Now that has to be made sustainable. In a euphoria, 1 lakh or 10 lakh people can come. But day in and day out, if it can be structured in, if it can be brought across, we have 8 months of BTech final year project, 200 credits. We just give a copied problem statement, the students are smarter, they get the code also downloaded and they submit it across. So somewhere or the other we have to take the bull by the horns. There is lots and lots of opportunity existing in the hinterland where I think e-governance is trying to build up the developmental narrative. So effectiveness will come if the campuses are really made a integral part of all the developmental schemes, whatever we are implementing down the village level, down what Sir Amarjeet Sir said, billion people and 1 million habitations. Now 412 districts, we have 128 districts where we have more than 10 engineering campuses across. Can't this whole battery of 50 lakh engineering graduates across the country be pressed into national service? NSS, we used to make a fun of things in our campus itself because the positioning is not very progressive that way. We have to create a new model, new way where students can come forward and participate in that. And as far as the efficiency is concerned, because as NIC, we have interacted with lots of Deputy Director Generals in the NIC at various divisions. They say that the SRS collection becomes a big problem for that. The district informatics officers are overloaded with work. सरकार में होता है कि बस एक पन्ना पकड़ा दिया कि आप जी फलाने ऑफिसर बन गए, रिसोर्सेज नहीं है, कुछ भी नहीं, आपको ये काम करना है. They are really reeling under tremendous pressure. They don't have manpower. They have a whole lot of ways and means. They can really outsource a lots and lots of work to these campuses where students have to do micro projects, they have to do major projects, everything out there. I think only a rethinking is to be done, that campuses have the capacity, we have to really believe in them. Otherwise, we will just remain siloed in the 85 odd centrally funded institutions, which will be getting all the major governmental funding for all the research and developmental projects, and there is no audit per se that how much of the contribution of IITs has been there in the national progress. Like Sundar Pichai, as a metallurgical student, he has just built up Google eventually. That's great. As a KGPN, we feel proud about it. But how much of it, how much of such a platform, or how much of thing are these hallowed institutions have provided? When I used to read Dedicated to the Service of Nation, I used to feel it's just a launching pad to the greener pastures. We are, even in our IITs, the ecosystem is not so ripe enough. So the idea is we have only 15 IITs or 30 NITs or another odd IISERs or whatever. But whatever the larger chunk of institutions which have come in the last 15 years, they should be given an opportunity. Some option has to be given. Ek break to unko mile. And there is lots of work which can be given and which can be delivered. The case studies of Mathura, where we really brought about substantial work, if it can be institutionalized in some fashion. And Professor Singh has been trying to create a eGov campus secretariat where a channelized work can be given. A first year student can also be a digital volunteer, a digital warrior. He can just go and do a ground truthing which is required to really plot ki kahan pe nahar hai, gool hai. If an integrated water management solution has to be created, we don't have the data sets to work upon it. आज primary work आज भी हम लोग अंग्रेजों का use कर रहे हैं. 60 साल में we have not done any primary work, and no consulting or no agency which goes into the ground really feels doing that. सब लोग secondary और tertiary काम पे अपनी report बना के submit कर देते हैं, उस report पे execution हो जाता है, and that's what we see, the flooding and all the water congestion and whatever problems we are facing across. Thank you.
Raghav, you made a wonderful, a person who comes from the field and who has seen it happening at the ground level. I think we rarely get to see this kind of input in these kind of programs. This is really wonderful. In fact, last 2-3 days I was looking at the CVs of some of the students who are appearing for placement. I was almost shocked to see on an average a student is doing 10 to 12 programs online from the best universities of USA. That is what is going in their CV. 10 to 12 programs each one of the BTech student is doing online. So this is that side of the story, and what we are hearing here is the Mathura side of the story. So what worries me more is the digital divide which is going to come in the campuses. That's going to happen. And he rightly said, I think we are lacking very badly institutional infrastructure and institutional arrangement to address the issues. You see, the government comes into power by promising things in a manifesto, and those promises are to be delivered by way of working out the policies, and the policies are to be serviced by the bureaucrats, which is what is the function of a public service public servant. So that is how it has to be done, but the delivery has to come through an institutional arrangement. So where are those institutions? The institutions are missing right here also, whether we talk about, I won't name. So the institutions which should have been represented on this panel are unfortunately grossly missing. So anyways, I would request Dr. Sanjeev Singh. He is electronics from, he has done his PhD from electronics in electronics from Delhi University, and he has been implementing a e-learning program for Delhi University.
And the sort of eGov.
eGov program. So I would request Sanjeev to say.
Yeah, thanks very much. So good evening everyone. I would like to just share one thing that we have been doing a lot of work on eGov. Raghav has been constantly working with us and integrating and trying to create an ecosystem around this, that how we can integrate students, faculty and institutional culture so that we can come up with a better, more affordable solutions, more organic ways to implement eGov as a concept. So, but ultimately what we are trying to achieve, the bottom line is the right information to the right person at the right time. So whatever you do, whatever technology you bring in, whatever infrastructure you laid down, and now I think we are not allowed to do more experiments within the campus or anywhere in the world. Time is gone. So we have to be very serious in devising our own models. A couple of years back we did one project with, as we are talking about the institutional involvement in eGov, and with NIC. I hope someone is sitting here from NIC. So there's a data.gov.in. So at that time the data.gov was launched I think 3 years back. And we were first one to collaborate with them and launch a project called the Challenging, we were inviting the ideas so that the academic community around the country can build the applications using the whatever data they have, they could able to publish on the portal, data.gov.in. So that was one of the fantastic experience for all of us who were taking part in that. And those, the same kids, the same infrastructure, the same system, they could able to produce wonderful piece of work within 15 days. So what are the missing components? I think we need to integrate and we need to find out, we need to work on the institutional settings and to look at the ecosystem which we have, but we don't recognize that. Can it be productive or not? So I think it's a debate within ourselves whether we can produce or we can provide the required, the solutions in the form of e-governance DOL. And in the same way, we started some of more work, taking the example of some of the engineering colleges across the country, and we have been working with them on eGov. And every institution is having small infrastructure, some connectivity, very modest. Somebody is having some KB, somebody is reaching up to some MBs and all, and they are their neighbors, right? There are so many engineering colleges, right? And we try and convince them, why don't we consolidate this infrastructure? Why don't we make a grid, right? So then we calculated it in front of everyone, right? So they were amazed that we put together the entire bandwidth was coming out to be, which not even a single institution can have even today. It was more than, I think, 5 GB bandwidth, dedicated bandwidth to all the institutions, right? On demand kind of a thing. What are the ways in which we can connect and link all their infrastructure? We can seamlessly integrate their human resources, faculty exchange, and many other things. And combining all those and bringing in the projects like from NIC, from various other institutions from the government, and give them the projects in the modules. And students were very excited to work on. And my personal experience that in the last 2-3 years we have been developing some kind of a in-house the eGov initiative at the university, where in the last 2 years, if I share in a nutshell, we cater to the UG admissions, the PG admissions, there are many other things. So put together, the number in the last 2 years was more than I think 800,000, right? The total applicants, the successful applicants. And put together, I think it generated a huge sum, and within a small period of time, everybody got the right information, there was no chaos, and it resulted into many other things, right? We saved we earned a lot of carbon credits. Not only that, I was counting, we calculated it, and somehow we could able to save around more than 6,000 trees out of this process. Right? So governance process is one, which we need to do that, but the result may be manifold in other dimensions, right? So, and also the time and the cost saved by the applicants and many other stakeholders who have been wasting a lot of time in coming to the institution just for fetching the piece of paper, right? Look at the time. And similarly, many other internal processes, right? We combined together, and we could see the dramatic change in whole information exchange between the different stakeholders. So similarly, we took it forward to other institutions as a concept of eGov campus, and there now we are formalizing the concept of forming a grid, right? NCAN is already there, so we'll connect, and we'll request NCAN to give us some kind of a connectivity so that rest of the institutions who are really struggling hard to survive, to implement the best things, which they can't because of certain things, maybe the distance, maybe the so-called virtual infrastructure, or maybe many things. So I'm quite hopeful that some of the initiatives, Digital India is providing in the form of the apps.nic.in. There are so many apps being developed by NIC, and also the eGov.gov. So the e-governance as a concept, as a framework, how easily you can integrate within your institutional settings
and how effectively you can make your institution more productive. So ultimately, the idea is to provide the information to the right person at the right time without interference, without any human being interfering that flow of information. That is what I was trying.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Sanjeev. Now I'll request Dr. Mamta Sareen. Maybe we are short of time, so maybe 5 minutes. Dr. Mamta Sareen is postgraduate and PhD both in e-commerce from Delhi University, and she teaches computer science in Delhi University.
What I've been hearing since the beginning of the session, e-governance is well talked about. That divide is coming in India. But yes, what I've been hearing till now, and what that ma'am had also pointed out, that a lot of issues are pending with regard to implementation. A lot of issues are pending and they are unanswered regarding to the infrastructure, how we are going to execute them. There are such petty problems which are actually being faced. You talked about in Delhi, which is so-called IT literate, where as per you, IITs and all those tier 1 institutes are there. And most of the institutes in Delhi, they are well funded also by government and corporate or other trust agencies. Still, there are so many infrastructure issues. Lack of awareness is there, lack of training is there, lack of synchronization is there. There is no parallel work going on between them. Students they are actually, I would say, they are bundle of knowledge. They are waiting to be harnessed. There is total lack of synchronization and coordination from the government with the students to bring about their knowledge bases. I'll just give you a personal experience. I just held a very small survey about the adoption and the addiction of the smartphones among the youth. And here I'm talking about youth starting from 16 to 20. And I held a team of undergraduate students and did a survey. I collected the data of around 2,000 students all over Delhi. And I was not getting even a single person where I could actually, build that knowledge and work onto it. I paid those students from my own pocket, made them do the research, and they were so happy, and now they are after my life, ma'am, we want to do some other work also. Such initiatives, I went pillar to post to so many government agencies, wherein I was saying such short-term projects where students are actually empowered, they have the brains, they have the knowledge, no initiative. One thing. Secondly, lack of infrastructure, total lack of infrastructure. I would say what he had said earlier, yes, we are working onto it, but a lot is yet to be done. A lot is yet to be done. Students need a lot more. You can actually, they are budding buds. You can really make them bloom. And only a small initiative from the government is required, and we are going to work. What the earlier ma'am out there, she had said, yes, all these initiatives which in the earlier session had said, if we are going to involve the academia, it's going to be a lot help to the government and also the academia. Both ways. That's all. Since time is left, I'll not speak more.
Thank you, Dr. Mamta. We heard a teacher now. We had a teacher, now we turn to an academician and a social scientist and a filmmaker. That is Professor George Mathew. He is the first and the founder director of Institute of Social Science. Currently is chairman of Institute of Social Science at New Delhi. And George Mathew, amongst other things, has also made a film that is called Swaraj, The Little Republic, which won the national award. I would request George Mathew has done extensive work in the area of democracy and most importantly Panchayati Raj. He has done tremendous work on the ground. So I would request Professor Mathews to share.
Okay, thank you very much.
I am not from engineering college campus. I am a sociologist. I was in Jawaharlal Nehru University, and you know, I was seeing the divided India from the very beginning, from Kerala onwards. From Kerala I went to Bangalore. From Bangalore I came to New Delhi, Delhi in 1974 on the old campus of Jawaharlal Nehru University. And looking this divide between the rich and the poor, the deprived and those who are possessing things, this was really the disturbing factor. Now, after so many years, with all the technology, wonderful possibilities we have, my question is, have we bridged this divide? If we have not, why this is not happening? We have tremendous potential. All these technological innovations, unbelievable possibilities we have in our hands. Why this is not happening? Raghav, you mentioned we have 4,000 engineering colleges. 4,000 engineering colleges. And we have 600 plus districts. What these 400 engineering colleges are doing for the 600 districts? We have 7,000 blocks or talukas or mandal, that type of in Andhra. We have 2.5 lakhs panchayats. And what are we doing in these areas over these years? Now we have these engineering students coming up. Are they really, after their graduation, committed to go back to a village? No. They would like to go back to a city or urban area, if not a foreign country. When I travel all over, I see very bright young people working in many corporations and all, and they are excellent workers in those areas. But what are they doing for their own home country? My suggestion, Mr. Chairman, is that on the campuses, every student must have a time to spend in the villages, in the rural areas of India. It is mandatory. Let us say, make it mandatory that 6 months or 1 year they must spend in these areas. They must see how people are, what is their life. Now we were talking about these panchayat institutions, and we are going to send all kinds of possibilities and technological innovations there. I tell you, except in Kerala, most of the states have no panchayat bhavan. Where are we going to set up all these things? And I have seen the secretaries of panchayat in a bag around their shoulder, carrying and going around and saying, this is our records. This is what they are doing. Is this governance? After so many years of having all these technological possibilities with us, how the deprived people, those people have benefited. This is the biggest question we have, and this is what our campuses, I would say these are the temples of technological learning. These temples must meet the needs of the people, the poorest of the poor. Then 1.2 billion people will come to the forefront. And India's emergence as a power can be really meaningful only when these people come to the forefront. And again I repeat, these temples of technological learning must become the epicenter of development for the country, meaning for the deprived people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have had a wonderful discussion, and I would briefly sum up. I think Raghav was talking about the kind of passion which is required to come from the very low levels, and it must be met with the proper responses from the upper echelons of the society, which is what is lacking. Dr. Mamta Sareen talked about the involvement of the students, which I as a teacher fully agree. I think no ownership is created here amongst the students, and they are taken for granted, which is very sad part of our way of thinking of the system itself. Dr. Sanjeev Singh shared his experiences. Again, he talked about improving the institutional arrangement for delivery, and Professor George Matthew talked about how the grassroots people need to be integrated into the system, where even Panchayat Bhavans are not available, and we are talking about infrastructure in a very big way. I'll request we can take maybe a couple of questions before, please.
Let me share some of my experiences.
Could you please introduce yourself?
Yeah. I was chairman and managing director of IRCTC. Okay. Put some humble application of buying your tickets on internet, passenger reservation system, and also freight operations freight operating information systems in the country. Few of my things, we should not wait for anybody. Now I am part of the education. I am dean and head of the business school at GD Goenka University. Okay, we have done few things by which you see our entire campus is e-enabled, number one. Number two, we have divided and given a lot of online courses. Apart from online courses, the students are asked to take up projects, real life projects in various mediums. They are coming out with lot of ideas to set up a website, start an online business. Please start it and run it in our campus. They are getting tremendous experience. So much so, as far as government is concerned, we got a project of implementing ERP for Paradeep Port. The students went there, went through all the processes, and they successfully completed it. So my experience, because I have put in 36 years in the government, and most of the IT projects which we have implemented, we have started from the scratch. We didn't have any infrastructure, we didn't have any system. First, to start with, as CMD, how do I sell a railway ticket in a village? That was a challenge for me. So very simple thing, I wrote to all the secretary ITs. I said, come here, you have e-governance initiative. I will give you an internet kiosk straight away. And I will make it a employable and revenue generation thing also. To the youth, you hand it over and run, let him charge 10 rupees or 15 rupees for a railway ticket. We will connect it and you start it. 40,000 places such kiosks were created. Wherever you see the kiosk for buying the e-ticket or railway ticket, these have started like this. And people have become IT enabled. They have learned everything. And for doing a lot of things in the villages, we should not wait for anything. If as a campus we want to do it, put the students, put them on a job. Let them do a project and it will be useful. And they are very, very brilliant students. They have done it, and we are, as far as our own internal processes are concerned, we are 100%, each and every process in our campus is on ERP. Right from the admission to other processes, fees for the students, whether payment received online, and thereafter his examination, then his evaluation, and then finally placement. Every entire process is on ERP. That is number one. Yeah. Number two, there are many other things which we have taken. So we are happy to be included. I think you named our university also to be involved in that. And whatever are the processes and experiences, we are very happy to share with everybody. And this is a success story which we can replicate everywhere.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for sharing your experiences. I think and I personally feel it's the leadership which is required in ICT initiatives within the engineering campuses or anywhere for that matter, whichever place. And that is the need of the hour. And thank you very much for patiently listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Professor Nange. I'd like to thank all the panelists. Once again, let us put our hands together for each one of them. Moving forward, I'd now like to introduce our next session for the evening, Enlightened Cloud, Made in India. And for the same, let us put our hands together as I invite on stage Mr. Piyush Somani, founder and MD CEO, ESDS. Let's put our hands together as he joins us.
So, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So, good evening, everybody. Cloud-enabled services will transform e-governance in India. So, maybe a very bold statement. I'll definitely explain to you, and something really exciting which I would like to share with the audience here today. So, ESDS, this is about our organization. ESDS, we are into cloud and data center services. So we've been in business from last 10 years, majorly focused in UK operations and US operations from last 10 years, and then started focusing in India from 2010-2011. So more than 370 employees, 35,000 customers, mainly based out of US, UK. And we are hosting more than 2 million websites, applications, databases. These are our, this is our portfolio, these are the companies we have. This is our presence worldwide. We have Uptime Institute certified data centers. The reason we have built Uptime Institute certified data center is, so though we are very, very strong in cloud, the cloud is So though we are very, very strong in cloud technology, but the cloud software takes care of redundancy on the IT infrastructure level, but your electrical infrastructure needs to be redundant. Your power cannot fail or your network cannot fail. And the cloud doesn't take care of networking redundancy and power redundancy. So that is the reason we have built Uptime Institute certified data centers to make sure power failure doesn't happen at all. And you know that major cloud service providers from the US have experienced downtime in the past, and that has resulted in loss of reputation, loss of revenue for them. This is a 2 lakh square feet data center that we have recently built in Navi Mumbai. This will go live in next couple of days. And our existing data center in India is in Nasik, and we have multiple facilities in UK and US. We won this award last year from Economic Times. So this was for innovation in cloud technology, and Honorable Minister of IT, Ravi Shankar Prasad was there, Martin Peters, ex-CEO of Vodafone, and the Chairman President of Bennett & Coleman Times Group was also there. All the awards that have won, that we won for the cloud platform that we have, report on Enlight Cloud from IDC. This is our management team. So myself, Dr. Rajiv Papneja. Dr. Rajiv Papneja is also on the panel of directors for IBM for their software cloud, and he's also an editor for Microsoft Azure Cloud. These are our key engagements. So we've been very strong in the BFSI sector. So many banks are hosting their core banking services with us, and many social media, mobile apps, government organizations, the PSUs are hosting their DR with us. So many large PSUs, the Navratna PSUs are hosting their DR with us. And so how India can surpass economy of Japan in next 8 years? So here's some data from Gartner. So the revenue of Japanese cloud service providers, consolidated revenue is $22 billion right now, and that in India is 160 million. And similarly, like in most of the other services, we are far behind of Japan, and upscaling that we'll have to do would be more than 100 times over next 8 years to surpass the economy of Japan. So we are talking about surpassing China and others, but if you look at Japan, that's really going to take some time and some effort for us to do. So the data center business in India, cloud business in India is growing at more than 50% rate right now. And but still, to grow by 100 times in next 8 years, we'll have to do something really big. So the challenges government has got today related to cloud. So there are multiple challenges, and we've categorized those into 4 categories. And one is utilization of the resources. So the utilization of compute resources right now in the government data centers is less than 8%. And one of the DGs, ex-DGs of NIC mentioned that their utilization is only 2%. This is what they did internally. Then adoption of cloud. So what is the concern? So people keep on saying that security, privacy, and so and so. There are many concerns from people related to cloud, and they don't just want to consider cloud for multiple reasons. Scalability. So innovation is required if we want to compete with Japan in next 8 years, 10 years, or surpass the economy of Japan. We have to scale up. And can we scale by 100 times in next 8 years? So it's taken more than 1.5 years for us to come up with some policies. So how much time will it take for the actual things to happen over next 8 to 10 years? Again, security. So people in government, they keep on saying that we cannot host our data in cloud. And the reason has been given that cloud is not secure for them. So one question for everyone, who is this person? Who is this person? Can I have some answers from the audience? Okay, Julian Assange. And what about him? Who is he? Edward Snowden. So were they working with the cloud providers or external data centers, or were they working inside? What was the source of their information? Whatever data leakages happened in the US from the various US organizations, those happened because they were insiders, or they got feed from insiders. The information came from insiders. So American government, NASA, Pentagon, they decided to move on cloud. And since they've moved their data on cloud, insiders don't have any information. There are no files. There is no data stored in-house. Everything is encrypted on the cloud. Government has their own encryption to host their data on cloud. Only key people have access to the data. So cloud is actually more secure now. Cloud, you cannot say that cloud is insecure. Only cloud is secure now. Your data in-house was secure only till the time you had that data running on LAN or MPLS network. Now it is not secure if you want to take your services to the citizen level. So if the services have to be delivered to the citizen, you are connected to internet, and if you are connected to internet, you invite so many problems. So some of the PSU banks right now, so as soon as they started providing online banking to citizens, mobile banking, now so many payment services are to come in next couple of years, and they are experiencing DDoS almost every week. So one day in a week, some of the major PSUs bank, their online banking is down, their mobile port application is down because they're experiencing DDoS attacks. So as soon as they open internet in their in-house data centers, they've started experiencing problems. So this is about our innovation in cloud, and these are the products that we have developed. So now what exactly we have done? We have recently won a patent for this technology. So I'll explain you what exactly the technology is. So people have been thinking that cloud is only for but cloud was innovated in America, and major activities or major innovation related to cloud has happened in US only. But the biggest patent in cloud has been won by us. So this is auto scaling, horizontal auto scaling, as well as vertical auto scaling, and this concept has been patented by us. So we invented this almost 5 years back. Because of our thousands of customers and millions of websites running on the UK network, we had to come up with something so that we could provide scalability to our customers. So we came up with this concept of vertical scaling as well as horizontal auto scaling without any human intervention. So this was launched in 2011. We got the patent application done in 2011, and 16th August 2015, we got confirmation for this patent. So this is how horizontal scaling works. So I'm sure you all must be aware of how horizontal scaling works, and this is how virtual scaling works, vertical scaling works. So a VM can grow within the node, whatever the size of node may be. It can be up to 3 terabytes of RAM, 5 terabytes of RAM. It can be 48 CPUs. It can be more than that. So the virtual machines can scale in real time within the node and can replicate on multiple nodes. That is called horizontal scaling. So this is the technology that we built. And in this technology also, we bill our customers based on the consumption that they do. So this is not just based on the allocation. So people call pay-per-use. So pay-per-use is this is what is allocated to you. And this is what is called as pay-per-use. So everything in this cloud box is the allocation done to you, and you have to pay for it. This is the technology what the rest of the world has. But in case of our cloud, this is how it works. You are consuming only this much, so you have to pay for this much only. So very similar to what the telcos do. Whatever calls you make, or very similar to what a power company does, whatever power units you consume, you only pay for that much. So this is very similar to that. You only pay for the resources you consume. So today you are consuming only 2%, tomorrow you want to consume 30% and 40% or 50%, you pay only for what you consume. This is the technology that we have developed. And this is the patent that has that we won from USPTO, patent awarded to us from the US government. Method for real-time detection of resources and automatic adjustments. So in real time, you can detect what is the resource requirement of the virtual machines and automatically adjust or increase, upscale or downscale the compute resources. Now, this is definitely transforming the DR hosting industry or disaster recovery, because in disaster recovery, your usage of compute resources is very minimal. And maybe like you do DR drills once in 3 months or twice or thrice in a year. And in that case, you simply replicate your infrastructure. So if you have a primary data center, this would be your secondary data center, replication would be happening, your cost would be double. So in case of a normal DR, your cost is always double. And in case of our cloud solution, our Enlight cloud solution, your cost comes down drastically. It is below 70% because here you only need to have a permanent storage. So this is how DR works with our product. You have your primary data center, data is replicated on the cloud. Primary data center fails, your users will switch to the DR and your traffic goes on DR. The virtual machines can scale in real time, vertically as well as horizontally, and once the restoration happens, once the primary DC is restored, your data is again replicated back to the primary data center. So you save minimum 70%. And again, storage has to be static. Your storage at the primary DC and the storage at the DR has to be static. Everything else is on pay-per-consume model. So this is a major revolution which is helping us to enable majority of the organizations to come on cloud for at least their DR immediately. And very soon we want to bring them on this model for their upscaling required in the future, because without cloud, we cannot take services to the citizens. And again, mobile app, this is the way you meter the resources. In your portal itself, you can see the graphs, how much CPU you have consumed, how much RAM you have consumed, how much bandwidth, your, again, your security scanning. So all your websites or applications, databases hosted, you can make sure they are safe from any kind of vulnerability. You are immediately informed if there is any vulnerability. Testimonials from some of our clients, and article covered by the Economic Times on the cloud, the solution, and the solution that we provide to the election commissions. Our customer base. So some of the large banks, nationalized banks, all the new banks which are coming up now, they're coming on our platform. The old banks, they have their in-house data centers and they've been running in a traditional model. So they're not there on our platform, but the new banks have definitely considered this platform. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And if there are any questions, you are most welcome to ask. Yeah, so we have one data center in Nasik and one in Mumbai, and we co-locate in some other data centers in other cities.
Then connectivity is required to be to your data center.
Yeah, so we have all ISPs are connected.
All ISPs.
All ISPs.
Okay.
So we've maintained redundancy on network level, power, and again, cloud takes care of redundancy on the hardware level.
Okay. Is there some software as service also you provide along with it, or you are only cloud computing services you provide?
So for software as a service, we partnered with multiple vendors. So those who have expertise in respective software, like the BFSI software companies. So we partnered with them, and they just go acquire customers, they host on our cloud, and they go on replicating. So the transformation is very fast. The customer acquisition is also very fast. Rollout is also very fast.
But what about the bandwidth into your site and for putting the data and extracting the data, bandwidth required?
Unlimited. You can, whatever level of bandwidth you require, you can scale up. And between our two data centers, Nasik and Mumbai, there is a 2 into 10 gig link. So the VMs can float between both the data centers.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, sir. Sir, as you have proposed a solution for auto scaling, and you had already taken a patent for that one, is there any limitation with this technique that you have proposed?
Yes, so everything has a limit. So
Yeah.
you can grow your vertical, you can vertically scale to the limit of the node only, and horizontally also you can grow till the limit of your cloud. So like the Zen hypervisors or Hyper-V or any other hypervisor, everything has a limit. So earlier it was like the RAM could scale only till 1 TB. Now it has increased till 5 TB in one virtual machine. So I think so in future it will again increase till 25 TB, 50 TB. That will definitely go on improving. But I don't think so anyone wants to use more than 5 TB RAM in one single VM.
There's a node-wise limitation also?
Pardon me?
Node-wise limitation, like number of nodes that we can...
No, there is no limitation on the node. You can have thousands of nodes, and one same VM can get replicated on thousands of nodes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Somani. In fact, he'll also be a panelist in our final panel discussion of the evening, which of course is implementation phase and modules of eKranti, revolutionizing the last mile delivery. I'd like to invite on stage our panel chair. Let us put our hands together as I welcome Mr. Vikas Agarwal, Executive Director, Ernst & Young. Let's put our hands together for him. Of course, like I mentioned, Mr. Somani is one of our panelists. I'd also like to welcome on stage our other panelists. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Rajat Moona, Director General, CDAC. We welcome you once again, sir. We have joining us Mr. A.M. Deshpande, Joint Secretary and Technical Director, Department of IT and Communication, Government of Rajasthan. A warm welcome to you. Joining us on stage, Mr. Som Satsangi, Vice President Sales, Commercial and Public Sector, Enterprise Group, Hewlett Packard India. A warm welcome to you. Give us a couple of minutes to mic up our panelists.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, everyone, and I welcome my fellow panelists on the dais. When I was driving here to the event today, I was just thinking that when we used to talk about e-governance a decade back, we used to say e-governance is not a revolution, it's an evolution. And today the very key program of e-governance is named e-Kranti. So probably the things have changed in a decade, where we are saying we have done enough of evolution, probably need to move into a mode of revolution. One more thing which came to my mind was a decade back when we were designing NEGP, I used to be part of the design team at DIT that time. We used to say e-governance will transform governance, will bring a change in that. And today, if you look at the catchphrase of e-Kranti, it says further transforming e-governance itself. So probably the e-governance which we were doing earlier needs a transformation. This is what the world believes, including ourselves, and this is what it is all about. Before I go into discussion, I'll just highlight some key points from e-Kranti Charter. Again, I've taken these points from DIT's website. So it says, 1, to redefine NEGP. Second, optimum usage of core ICT infrastructure. Third, leverage emerging technologies. In terms of some fundamental underlying principles, it lays out infrastructure on demand, cloud by default, mobile first, and fast track approvals. And in terms of a scorecard, now e-Kranti has 44 MMPs, including the 13 which got included this year itself, out of which 15 MMPs are fully functional, 11 are partially functional, 3 are under implementation, for 4 design is in progress, and 11 are still being scoped out. So moving from evolution to revolution, moving from transformation of governance to transformation of e-governance. So with that, we'll start our discussion for the day. I'll start with Dr. Mona. CDAC has been a very, very key government technology entity. When I passed out my engineering way back in '92, I joined India's first supercomputer center, and the supercomputer used to be from Cray XMP, and we used to feel very excited to be there. And while we were busy in our excitement, CDAC arrived on the scene with India's first indigenous supercomputer over there. So that was my introduction to CDAC. So from there, CDAC actually has been driving a lot of technology innovations in the country. CDAC has been into e-governance, designing technologies, designing solutions, creating anchor solutions like service delivery gateways, mobile gateways, and up to even going up to the charter of training government officials into high level skill programs. So with that background, I think Dr. Mona is absolutely the right person to tell us how do we create a differentiated approach this time. We had NEGP running for almost 10 years. We have invested a lot of time, a lot of money. We have done investments into technology. We have done investment into business models. We have done investments into operational models. But what different approach can we take this time from his perspective, based on his experience? Secondly, how do we actually go about doing a choice of technology and choice of architecture? With multiple technologies, myriad architectures around, with multiple voices, with multiple vested interests around, probably there has to be some semblance of some kind of equilibrium somewhere. Dr. Mona?
Thank you, Vikas. I actually look at this e-governance into 3 different phases. The first phase was basically to provide, and the reason why I'm saying this is to actually bring this perspective of e-Kranti to some extent. First phase was to actually take the manual data and convert that into a digital form, primarily for indexing, primarily for fast data retrieval and these kind of things. No, it was all about converting backends and all that. Second phase was, since you already have the information, the backend, how do you provide the service to the users? And the third part, which is now what we are saying, is about how do we scale it up? What are the parameters, what are the technologies, constraints, which are actually leading to scaling up? So for example, I'll take some very simple cases. Suppose education is the one that we need to deliver. Now, our country is a very interesting country. Our numbers actually grow very large, very rapidly. You just provide one technology and suddenly the numbers grow very rapidly. So if you look at the education, our number of teachers, in spite of the fact that we have large number of teachers available everywhere, whether it's in a secondary education, primary education, tertiary education, professional education. I can probably remove this then. So we have a large number of students who are striving for quality education, but then the quality educators are not available. And this I think most of us actually are facing. But it doesn't mean that the educators who are there are all useless. So the question is, how do we actually supplement their skills, supplement their situation so that it becomes lot much better? Now this is a question of scalability. This is a question of, how do we provide the right kind of environment? MOOCs, massively online computing or massively online courseware. It's a platform which ICT technology can actually take. This is about scaling. Let me take about this another example. Healthcare, right? I mean, healthcare is about from planning perspective and all that. You must actually have the data available. You must have models that you can run maybe on all kind of computers, try to figure out if there is any pattern in some kind of disease control and all that one can do. But I think even more important thing is to how do we convert this data into digital format, records, medical records, health records, such kind of things. And then next step, and that is how do we provide the health care to the patients, whether in remote area or in urban area. If I live, for example, let's say in a city somewhere, and my doctor is about 20 kilometers away, and today most of the Indian cities are of that nature, about 20 kilometers away, you actually will take during a peak time about 1 to 2 hours of travel. And you think of a patient like a poor asthma patient and all that, and he goes to, after taking all this difficulty, goes to a doctor. Doctor just presses, listens to the chest sound, writes your prescription and says, now you can go back. What is this chest sound being listened to? It's a body sound that is being converted from body to the doctor's ear. And it's just that gadget which actually requires one to be in the proximity of the doctor. The first line of all medical diagnosis is stethoscope. How can this stethoscope be digital in nature? Where patient actually in his own comfort zone actually conveys his body sounds to the doctor, which may be 20-30 kilometers away. And then the doctor can immediately say, this is the medicine that you should take, or can say, no, the situation is very serious, you must immediately go to the hospital. And this is the kind of telemedicine that we are looking at. Again, a question of scalability. Right kind of doctors can be made available to right kind of patients. And that is, I think, a major technology enabler can be eKranti for that. It's not just only about the governance, it is about making the technologies available to the end users. Now, coming to the second part of your question, what could be the enabling technologies? I think there are, if you look at the solutions right from hardware to software, we have been already seeing about, somebody gave me this statistics, about 2.5 crore people are on the internet solutions. They actually look at this internet-based systems. How do we go from 2.5 crore to 50 crore? These 2.5 crore people are largely English educated people. If one has to go from 2.5 to 50 crore, larger population, you need to involve local languages. CDAC is one organization where we have invested about 25 years of our energy in developing and nurturing Indian languages and the languages solution on computing. Now that's probably one technology that can actually go and make an enabling factor for, e-Kranti, telemedicine, teleeducation, medicine, EHR, EMR, health management systems. All of these are kind of things which can actually be a technology, software solutions. Hardware solutions, it is no doubt in my mind that we have to move from traditional approaches of data centers to cloud-based approaches because they only can provide the scalability. And I think one of our panelists is actually going to talk about that. So I think I'll limit myself to this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mona. Very interesting. I'll just pick one catchphrase which you use repeatedly. That was scale. So my sense is scale and size is both a boon and bane for our country. It's a seller's paradise. At the same time, it's an executioner's nightmare. Because given the scale which we need, given the size of projects which we have, it's virtually impossible for the government to do it alone. And industry participation has been invited in the past. Industry participation has been very well understood. There have been various discussions, there have been various talks about looking at industry as a partner, not as a vendor. But I'm not too sure that we actually have traveled down that road where industry is still perceiving that partnership to be a fair partnership. So I would request your views on that because I understand HP has been working both in Indian scenario and global scenario.
Yeah.
You have tremendous experience with governments around the world. You've been working both as a technology provider, solution provider, service provider. So what do you think are the key challenges that industry is facing today? How can industry further catalyze what we want to achieve in e-Kranti? And what will the industries ask from the government?
Okay, because you rightly said that with the e-Kranti, the kind of potential which is coming to corporate like us is phenomenal. It's unlimited kind of thing approach. But somehow we have to see how some of those things can be integrated. So there are 4 pillars which I'll say. One core thing which comes is the key infrastructure. Because everything IT, you require a huge tons of infrastructure at back end, what we call is the data center. And today you have got a state data center which provide that thing. So how we can have a seamless approach and all state data center looks like the same and they can interoperate and work together as a cloud uniform platform kind of thing. That's one biggest challenge today which we are as a organization which we are facing and trying to see how each of the state government can come with a common concept so that look and feel is almost the same, so that experience when you move from one data center to another data center is the same.
Yeah.
On the top of it then comes the application. Application is developed across the various platforms for e-Kranti if you see, whether e-education or e-health or financial inclusion, all of those things if you see how it is getting developed, and that's another one area. Globally in all large let's say mature country, the way application is developed and government to common citizen, the interface is developed, it's in a single transcript kind of thing where it's a very uniform, seamless and transparent mechanism. That's another area where we need the government to come and help, and DIT can play a major role into those things to create certain framework. So when you move from one state to another, it's a seamless migration and integration that is going to help. Lot of these things is going to help save a lot of money. It is going to help faster rollout in each of these things, and we can achieve the objective very fast. Today we have got 250,000 gram panchayat. And if we have to provide this e-Kranti as a solution to each of the gram panchayat level, it's going to be very difficult because of the last mile connectivity. On the top of it, if your source and if your delivery resource and the transparency is not there, every application is going to have its own way to deliver those things. That is going to create more complexity toward the end level devices and end level compute and also the last mile delivery. So that's another area where government has to come out with a common framework that how they are going to deliver the services from government to citizen in a common and transparent environment. Finally, everybody is collecting the data. Since afternoon we have been discussing the data is very critical and important, and everybody is collecting the data. Are we getting some insight from the data? Are we getting some meaningful data which can be analyzed in a real-time environment and go back to a common citizen and how it can help common citizen? This is today the biggest biggest area, and most of the mature countries, they have implemented the data analytics toward the data what they have collected, whether it's a crime record or whether when you're distributing the public distribution system, how this is being monitored and measured kind of thing. Some of those data solution which is available, the data mining which is available, and large organization like us, we have got a solution in this space which can bring the overall transparency, help the government to reduce the overall outflow. This is another area where I think somebody needs to bring the standard that how we are going to implement. So if the hardware side, the application side, the transformation side and the data analytics side, if we can bring some kind of transparency, then organization like us can really help this government to transform and move this e-Kranti on a fast track to become a reality.
Thank you so much. Very interesting. We're talking about seamless approach, common shared infrastructure, a common framework which we can use across the country rather than creating new frameworks for every place. And finally, you talked about data analytics, that we have lots of data and data and data, but are we using it gainfully? Right. What's happening out of the data? Thank you so much. I think it's really wonderful. Moving on to state levels, what actually we are doing at state level on ground delivering, both in urban and rural areas. Rajasthan as a state has been doing some very pioneering work over the last 10 years in that. Rajasthan launched Janmitra way back almost 7 to 8 years back, am I right?
12 years.
12 years back. So I stand corrected, 12 years back, wherein the rural service delivery was brought on an automated platform backed up by IT backbone and then going into Bhamasha, right? So what in your experience has been the key challenges over there? What were the key drivers which enable government of Rajasthan to take services to rural areas? And what do you think should be the basic fundamental information dissemination mechanism, or how do you actually educate people in the rural areas that here is a service lying for you here itself by using technology rather than you traveling all the way to city center?
Thank you, Vikas. First, I want to start with the e-Kranti. Objectives of e-Kranti. The objective of e-Kranti is to facilitate the citizens to avail their services through nearby place or from home. So that is the basic objective of the e-Kranti. For that purpose, e-Kranti has given a broad framework. What elements are required to achieve this goal? So there are 9 pillars. One of the major, and step by step, it is a sequential approach. In e-Kranti, there is a sequential approach. First, we have to create an infrastructure like access to broadband, universal access to mobile, then e-governance, and then awareness and the capacity building. These are 3 broad pillars of the e-Kranti. So, going with this analogy, Government of Rajasthan has initiated, but in e-Kranti, we are not able to define a standard procedure or standard framework for all the states, because India is a very diversified country. So there are different kind of local problems are there with every state. So every state have to build their strategy accordingly. We cannot implement a same methodology in every state. So looking to this fact, Rajasthan has gone through this analogy only. What we found that first we have to create infrastructure. So way back in 2005 we have created data center. We are one of the first states in the country who have created their own data center. Then we started deploying applications on that. Then service delivery mechanism. So we come up with the model of Janmitra and Lokmitra. Janmitra is for rural masses and Lokmitra is for urban masses. So we have started a kiosk model there. So we started service delivery through kiosk model only. So on the basis of success of Janmitra and Lokmitra, we have come up with the e-Mitra project, combining both the aspect of rural and urban area services. Right now we are running about 25,000 kiosks across the Rajasthan state, and we are delivering 212 services through these e-Mitra kiosks to rural as well as urban kiosks. out of the 25,000 kiosks, about 15,000 are in rural areas. All the panchayat headquarters are now having e-Mitra kiosks, one e-Mitra kiosk each. Then for service delivery, we need identity of a person. So Aadhaar has given identity. Then for direct transfer of benefits, there was a mechanism for bank accounts. So we have gathered bank accounts also, and we have created a Bhamasha platform over it, by which we have clubbed all the members of the family in a single database, which is a Bhamasha database, which is linked to Aadhaar number and bank account number and all service parameters also. One innovative thing we did in Bhamasha is women empowerment. So towards this, what we did, we made the woman member of the family as a head of the family, and all the direct benefit transfers are being done in that lady account, and account of that lady only. This is the innovation for the women empowerment. Right now, we have initiated the seeding of the Aadhaar number and bank account number in all the Bhamasha databases, and we have completed around 10 to 15 lakh beneficiaries under pension scheme, and similarly in NREGA also, pension and this scholarships. So this is a one platform which will ensure one point delivery to every citizen and direct benefit transfer in their accounts only. Then now come to the infrastructure. BharatNet, we have opted for the state-led model so that we can expeditiously implement the project, and we can bring the network to the rural masses also at very fast pace. Meanwhile, until RajNet comes, until BharatNet comes, we have initiated the deployment of VSAT network across all the Gram Panchayats, out of which around 3,000 have been already commissioned, and remaining will be commissioned in next 5 or 6 months. So service delivery will be expedited, definitely, because e-Mitra kiosk framework is there, service delivery platform is there, connectivity will be there. So I think this way every state will have to think, looking to their constraints and their geographical locations. So there is no single formula for every state.
Thank you, Deshpande ji. Thank you for illustrating the steps you have adopted over there, and something very innovative, definitely women empowerment by transferring money into women's account, because probably money drives the world to some extent, it is. So I'll just pick up on two elements which probably both you and so mentioned upon. That was shared infrastructure, having a data center where you need to host applications. And with the tutorial which Piyush was subjecting us to on cloud computing, I'm tempted to ask him a question on cloud. Because my understanding is, Piyush, when we talk about cloud technologies, cloud-based solutions, shared infrastructure, they come with their own design parameters, they come with their design usage principles. How do you use such a facility which is shared, which is not held, owned by you? At the same time, you want to have governance control on that. So it comes with its own rules. But today, as a country, probably we are defining some of those rules, and we are redefining some of those principles. So what would be your recommendation to the government, that how do we go about doing that without disturbing the basic structure, the basic fundamentals that go into technology and operations of shared infrastructure, at the same time taking care of concerns that the government has?
Yeah, so data privacy and data security concerns related to cloud. So there is a very simple solution on this. The one is encryption and multi-factor authentication. So if you have proper encryption of the data, you address most of the concerns. And till now our services were purely like running on a MPLS network or very protected network which was not exposed to internet. But you cannot provide services to millions of people, or you cannot connect to thousands of gram panchayats, 250,000 which Sob mentioned. So you cannot connect to them on MPLS network, and so now the services have to travel on internet. And you will require encryption on internet to take the services to citizens. And when you require to scale on such a huge level, so many services, so e-panchayat is only one thing. There are hundreds of other similar initiatives which have to be taken over next couple of years, and for that you need to scale. So when certain state data centers are not able to scale, and they need a lot of scalability at that time, they can build a cloud across multiple state data centers or go on commercial cloud. There can be multiple data centers within country connected on cloud, having same encryption, same security. And again, when you have multiple data centers connected in a cloud, you mitigate DDoS, you mitigate any kind of malware, Trojan vulnerabilities. So all those things can be very easily tackled. And a couple of years down the line, you will see that only cloud will be considered secure. Your data in-house will not be considered secure. So people have transformed within no time on Office 365. So in last 1 or 2 years, you've seen that there has been no noise, but everyone has moved on Office 365, at least in the corporate sector. So for government, there are challenges, but this transformation has happened so fast. So transformation on cloud will also happen fast once we have proper encryption, and so we need to invest some time and money on security. Once we have the encryption system in place, transformation on cloud will be very fast.
How do you respond to the paradoxical situation that we have, wherein we still have most of government officials using a Gmail ID, which is on the cloud, maybe hosted somewhere outside India, and then government saying, I'm okay to use cloud as long as you put my data within the country.
So that policy has to come from government. If government wants India's data to be hosted within India, then the policy has to come from government.
So government, I think, is subscribing to that policy as on date. Government is prescribing that. But as a cloud service provider, do you think it's a fair policy? Wherein if I as a farmer, I own 10 buffaloes and I want to put the data on the cloud, does it really matter to national security?
I seriously believe that our data has to be hosted within India, because then only our like our departments, our vigilance department, police, and everyone will have control over what exactly is happening. If any terrorist activity happens out of any kind of social media app, so you have hundreds of apps on your mobile phone, and some of them are redundant. You are not using those. Very similar to that, there was one chat application which was redundant. No one was using it, and only a few hundreds of terrorists were using that application, and that was running out of some European country. So we could not recover anything. The phones got destroyed. So as soon as that terrorist network was burst, the data got destroyed. There was nothing left for our vigilance agencies to find out, our Mr. Doval's group to find out what exactly they were doing. So the data has to be hosted within India. That should be the first compulsion for data privacy, and then it can be on Gmail, then it can be on any of your mobile apps, WhatsApp, WeChat, whatever mobile chatting softwares you are using. The data can be on those, but they have to run from India. That should be the first compulsion we should have.
What's your take on that, Soam? If I have 10 buffaloes and I host the data on a server somewhere in US, does it compromise national security?
Yeah, so probably from technology company like HP, our view is slightly different on Piyush on that thing, because currently the way the security measures are available and some of the encryptions that happen, data can be anywhere kind of thing, and I don't think there's any challenges where the data is located. Probably that is what the view HP internally takes it, because we are the technology company and we know at the data center, because when we build the data center, the kind of security we build, and toward any kind of vulnerability we can avoid on those things. So I don't think there is any risk data moving out to those things, because today we are managing many large public sector banks, and I know we are managing all their global operations sitting from here, the data is residing somewhere else. So I don't think there are any challenges.
Dr. Mona, what would you advise?
I think security is one thing which is the least understood phenomena. I don't think it is a security concern which actually says or mandates that my data should be inside the country or outside the country. Just to give you an example, I mean, the terrorists can actually start communicating with the encrypted data, and therefore even if this data is there in the country, you can't decrypt it. The reason why we need to actually have this data in our shores is not primarily because of security. It is primarily because of ownership. That's number one. Number two, the reason why we need it here is so that we don't create a single point of failure. Imagine, the rate at which we are moving into the data dependency. Imagine what happens if suddenly all your data is not available to you for 6 hours. There's a power failure somewhere and it is not available for you for 6 hours. Suddenly everything will cripple. Your trains will not run, your planes will not run, your payment for income tax will not happen, your bank transactions will not happen, you can't register for something or the other or whatever. So the reason for that, if we actually do this communication where data is outside, it is probably going to go through terrestrial links, and these terrestrial links will become the bottleneck. All somebody has to do is a terror attack is probably just cut the wire, and that's going to be a major terror attack. So the reason why it should be on our shores is not necessarily for the reason of security, but to avoid this kind of a scenario where suddenly somebody can just come and cripple you away. Okay, so I think that is my take on it.
If I were to extend that argument, when I was doing consultancy for state data centers almost 5 years back, so department used to worry that if I put my server into state data center and same thing happens, that someone cuts off the pipe, how would I survive?
Right.
But my sense is that scenario has not happened and the departments have survived. What do you think, Deshpande ji? When you were trying to migrate your departments from having their individual server farms to a centralized data center, was this a major concern?
No, because we were a single family. Okay, it's a state data center. So the department data is stored there. So as a government whole, we are one. Okay. But I will ask you one question. Will you deposit your money in any organization which is not approved by RBI? Why not? He rightly said, because of the issue of the ownership. And secondly, because government is storing data, personal data of all the citizens with them. So we cannot allow anybody to use that data for their own purposes. So if we host personal data or personal information of any citizen outside my country, if they use, what can we do? They do or anybody else can do. Then what we will do? So for that purpose, we have to store our data in our country only, because it's a personal data. Personal transactions are recorded everywhere. So even if we sign NDA with anybody, we are not sure they will follow the terms and conditions. So that is why government is hesitating to host their data on cloud, private cloud in India or outside country. Like we have seen, BSNL or any telecom operator's data is shared with many marketing agencies. How?
We keep getting those SMSs.
We keep getting those SMSs.
We are troubled by that.
What do we think? They have not signed the NDA? Definitely they have signed the NDA.
Yeah.
So that is the reason. Because we don't want to share our data with anybody. And we should not. Because it's a personal data. My name, my age, my account number, my bank transactions, all are recorded in my databases. So how can I share? My address, my all links? No. That is why we are hesitating to store our data on private cloud in India or outside India.
So I think it's a very interesting point, and probably we can have multiple panel discussions on that without coming to an agreement or disagreement. So with the view on the time left, may I invite questions from the audience? Any question, any observations with all the panelists around here? Please, sir. Can we have mic here, please?
I know you very well, sir.
We in railways never permitted you to move the data anywhere because I do 1 million transactions a day and the passengers' information, I cannot give it to anybody.
So many marketing agencies, they ask me, give us this data, they will sell this, this, this. Sorry, this is the data passenger has given me to keep myself. And second thing is HP, how can you say put the data center somewhere? Have you not supplied enough hardware to us? You have not sold enough hardware to us? So I personally, I have a very strong view. The data should be in the country. And there are multiple reasons for it. Disaster, stealing, security, access. Then you are using the data. And you see, for railways data, if we send there, उस दिन चार्ट नहीं निकला तो ट्रेन नहीं चलेगी. Simple. Very simple thing.
Well, while I agree with your viewpoint, but my only point is, and that's what the large corporates are looking,
yes,
that we all understand that our data is, some of the data may be critical. But believe me, sir, if you get into the depth of this data, at least you'll realize 50% of data is not that critical, which can be shared. And when we are moving into the cloud arena, and believe me, as Piyush mentioned, in time to come, cloud will be the reality. India is the country which is fastest adopting the cloud infrastructure. And tomorrow, we are all talking of all SDC collapsing into some kind of cloud infrastructure. Then everybody is trying to share the data. So we have already started doing this thing. Earlier, bank was saying bank are not going to be sharing the data. Believe me today, sir, almost every private sector bank, every government bank, they started using their data on cloud. Whether you like it or not, that's a reality.
I have no objection to cloud. But you know, optic fiber cable to Singapore, where a lot of payment gateways are hosted. Suppose something happens to you. So as such a country of 1.2 billion people, you can't say nothing is available. Or 1 million transactions a day, I can't tell the passengers, okay, my data has been cut by somebody, I am sorry, I can't do anything to it.
On that point, sir, I agree with you. That is why I said there is certain data which can be shared, there is certain data which cannot be shared. And 5 years back, not a single bank would have agreed to move their data center outside of their premises. Today, you just do the analysis and find out where are we today.
All right, all right.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? At the back over there, please.
My name is B.K. Pathak. My question to HP. Public is receiving the SMS from the marketing companies, promotion companies, real estate, etc., etc. Is HP has any plan if any public receive the SMS for their product, they will give some discount?
I couldn't hear your last point. What did you say?
Suppose you are sending a product information on my mobile through SMS. With the SMS, you have to say, okay, we will give a 30% discount. You show this SMS at this store, right? Real estate. We have a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom. I receive SMS, I will get 60% discount. Why not you people you are using my personal data. Why not you are offering something to me? Because you are taking my time.
I'm not sure if we are clear on the question per se.
Yeah.
So while we note that, let's move on to the next question, please. Sir, over there.
My name is JVL Seth from EPIL. I want to ask one question. We are all talking that if it is a government storage of data, then it is secure. If it is inside the country, it is secure. Can we have one idea that if the government starts using the data against certain individuals, if the government is not that responsible over a period, because it is a democratic country, and a government that comes starts using that data, what is the solution to that? Have we thought about that?
Would you like to address that, Dr. Mona?
I think with every use, there is a misuse. You can't deny that. You can't, I mean, it happens with everybody it happens within our own houses, it happens everywhere. I don't think you can actually have a prescription saying thou shalt not misuse, because misuse itself is a definition that one has to say. At some point in time, the same information could be called use, at some other point in time this can be called misuse. So the problem is not that of misuse, the problem is that of intention. And intentions actually are not that of the government, but of the individuals. It is the vigilance of the people which actually keeps these misuses or intentions under check. And that is, I think, what is important, rather than actually talking about will my data be used or misused. Okay. And that is, I think, I think we are sufficiently strong country in terms of our democratic values, and we have been able to keep these kind of checks and balances very much in practice. And we are actually fortunate to be in this country where we have such kind of a system in place where we can even be talking about this. But there are so many other places, advanced countries put together, where you can't even talk about whether your data is in use or in misuse. So, with everything, there is a misuse and there is a use. Definition of misuse and use is very, very hard to define.
Thank you. We have time for 2 more questions. Over there. On to your right, please. On to your right.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Baljeev Bajwa and I'm a final year engineering student. So my question basically is that when I hear about e-Kranti, and according to me, Kranti is revolutionizing. So towards my right, I see HP Future Cities. Why can't I see HP Future Villages? Why is it e-Kranti only an adrenaline injection to what already built up corporate giants is, or is it actually going to affect the exact motive of Kranti, revolutionizing the India as a whole, which is basically should be from revolutionizing villages at first and then actually upbringing the cities later. When I see trends like, in for example, last year I saw a trend whereas 4,500 engineering BTech graduates had applied for a municipal job for a sweeper. And then you are the same guy who said, you are the same person who said there is a lot of data but nobody analyzes. We've been hearing a term called data scientists. Why can't companies and corporates like you actually train those people to become data scientists and at the same time use human resource? Thank you.
A very good question. So that needs to be appreciated.
Before I invite Som to comment on that, I would just like to highlight, if you look at the e-Kranti guidelines, and rather than that, if you even look at the overall Digital India landscape, so there's a lot of emphasis on taking technology to village level and harnessing technology for better socio-economic development over there. Because if you look at the basic pillars, the first pillar is about creating connectivity up to Gram Panchayat level and onwards from Gram Panchayat to every village household level. So definitely the framework encompasses that. Even if you look at the 44 MMPs in e-Kranti, some of the MMPs are specifically addressing service delivery issues in rural areas. So there is a very, very specific focus on that. Would you like to take on from there, Som?
Yeah, so I think that's pretty fair, and this is what I think the e-Kranti is going to transform, because today our biggest challenge was one of the last mile connectivity, and the moment the last mile connectivity will start happening, you see a lot of these institutions and some of those things, they will provide the data information and all those things, and the actual implementation of these applications will start showing the result. And also a lot of education institutions and a lot of institutions today started looking and trying to analyze the data, that how is going to happen, how some of those things, the services which are implemented, it is impacting the common person. And believe me, the moment you start analyzing, then you will be able to only refine it, that okay, the currently whatever implementation you have done, whatever service delivery platform you have provided, how it is helping common masses. And today you go to some of these departments and you will see the difference. what services were being rendered a couple of years back and how it is getting rendered today. So I think this is the process. Obviously for any transformation process is going to take some time kind of thing. It's only 1 year of journey where it started, where all the 9 pillars are there. The framework is getting created. We all expect that in time to come probably you will start seeing more and more results. And so as a common person we will be able to appreciate that what government is trying to do under the overall digital literacy program or healthcare solutions or financial inclusion. Each of these pillars will start showing the result. Like one simple example I'll share with you, and this is the place where a high IT helps kind of thing. When Prime Minister announced Jan Dhan Yojana, within that short period almost around 16.5 crore new accounts have been added kind of thing. Some of the accounts were added even with the zero account kind of thing, so that the direct benefit can pass on to those things. Can it be done without the IT deployment? Then all the data has happen on those things. Out of that thing almost around 70% plus account came with the zero deposit into account. So some of these things are really going to help. It's a question of time probably. It's only a couple of months it has been launched, so we have to wait for some more time to see the benefit coming out to the common masses.
Thanks, Dr. Munaf.
I would like to ask you a question. Are you ashamed of this situation that engineering graduates have applied for the sweepers? Why? Anywhere in the constitution we have written that only uneducated people can apply for this? No. It's not a matter of education or work. Don't relate education with the work.
So
how many non-IT graduates have joined IT? How many of them?
When you have skilled,
most of them.
Human resources,
so this is not.
Why not use it?
We are using.
When you have skilled human resources, why not use it?
I think our education system over the years has grown leap and bound in numbers, but not necessarily in the quality. Our students that are coming out today, they are very less innovative. They are innovative in certain other ways, but less innovative, and let me explain you what I'm saying.
So
Okay.
if I may interrupt you with one simple, Mr. Raghav Mittal sitting beside me, behind me, sir. He was the one who mentioned in the last panel discussion that we are actually undermining the potential of the people and the graduates in the colleges which are actually don't have that much of a brand name, thus undermining our own capabilities.
Let me come to what I'm saying. Okay, you will probably just hear me out. You will probably understand what I'm trying to say. There is always a pyramid. There is a worker, there is a thinker, there is a manager, and so there is a pyramid. In order to give work to every worker, you need to have somebody who is a thinker. In order to give work to a thinker, you need to have somebody who is at higher level. If we actually don't create that pyramid, or we create a pyramid which is lopsided, we actually will create a huge skill-oriented people, but we don't know what job to give them. It is not that data science is not needed. I mean, data analytics is absolutely needed. But the question is, who is going to actually figure out what data analytics to do so that we can give this data analytics work to people who are skilled for doing that? And that's where I think the challenge is today. I think over the time we have actually created huge output of students, but we have stopped creating thinkers. And that's where I think problem is. I'll give you one more example. And this is I think time is probably just going to run out, but let me still, at the cost of time, give you this example. There was, many of you must have seen this portal of Election Commission, where you can actually search for your own electoral roll entry, and you can take a printout and go to the voting site. This site, many of you probably might even be aware of, was done by CDAC. There were people who actually came and said that they will be able to develop this site. Cloud, grid, all kind of technologies people actually talked about. Suddenly, when we started looking at, we said it is not that big a problem. many of you, I'm sure all of you must have seen this particular site because my site says 40 crore hits on this. So, and these are hits which are not by machine bots. These are hits by people. Okay, so there are very innovative technologies which have been put in there. Now the question was, and it is very, very fast, searching your name out of a database of about 85 crore voters where the names have spelling mistakes, names are incomplete, and you probably may not even know what name was entered for your own thing. You know, it could be Rajat Moona, it could be just Rajat M or R Moona or whatever. So there are, under these circumstances, if you have to search, and it is fairly accurate that it actually can search, it is very, very fast. So I mean, it required an innovative thinking. There were people who actually did that, but it required a massively innovative thinking, required somebody to actually sit down on a drawing board and figure it out. We need those kind of thinkers. We need those kind of thinkers who can actually generate this algorithm, which is almost constant time algorithm to search. And should not be dependent on 85 crore or 90 crore of data. Now that is the point that I'm trying to say, that this thinking process is actually getting a cut in our education system. And that's where I think the real problem is. Thank you.
I'm sure our young friend has much more curiosity. So what I would invite you to do is, while you're having your dinner, have Dr. Moona also for dinner and catch hold of him, catch hold of any of the panelists, continue discussion over there. With that, let me thank all the panelists.
इसमें एक छोटी सी बात इनके जिन्होंने ऐसी बात कही ना, तो एक बात कहना चाहूँगा इनको. तो ऐसा है, my grandfather was always, मतलब हरदम मेरे को कहते थे, वुमेन एजुकेशन पे कहते थे वो हरदम, कि वुमेन को क्यों पढ़ाना चाहिए, गर्ल चाइल्ड को क्यों पढ़ाना चाहिए. पढ़ाना इसलिए चाहिए जिससे अपने घर में बर्तन मांजे हो, अदरवाइज दूसरे घर में बर्तन मांजने पड़ेंगे. तो दैट इज द डिफरेंस. एजुकेशन का कोई रिलेशन नहीं है वर्क से. आप क्या काम कर रहे हो, उसका एजुकेशन से रिलेशन.
Let's close with that.
We should not be ashamed of this kind of situation.
Let's close with that. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining me here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, gentlemen. It was indeed a pleasure, and some very fun anecdotes being shared there. So thank you so very much. Once again, let's put our hands together. And like I just mentioned, that you're more than welcome to take this offline over drinks a little later. But before that, as I thank each one of you once again, I'd now like to move on to our next segment, and for the same, may I request Ms. Suchi Kapoor, Sector Head at TCL, BCCL, to please join us on stage, and let's put our hands together as she does that. Welcome once again, Suchi. Suchi, we're here to appreciate and to acknowledge and to congratulate educational institutes for their contribution in building a digital India, something that all of us have been talking about. I'd like to request representatives from the universities to please step on stage and accept the trophy. Let us put our hands together as I invite NIIT University. Many, many congratulations. Let's put our hands together. A warm welcome to you, sir, and many, many congratulations to you and the entire team. We'd also like to acknowledge Manipal Jaipur University. Many, many congratulations to the entire team for contributing in building a digital India. Congratulations, madam. Let's put our hands together. May I now call upon K.R. Mangalam University, representative joining us on stage from K.R. Mangalam University. Congratulations to the gentleman and to the entire team behind all the effort. Let's put our hands together. I'd now like to call upon ITM University, Gwalior, Madhya Pradesh. Congratulations to the entire team. Well-deserved applauses here. Let's put our hands together as he accepts the trophy. Next in queue, I'd like to welcome the team of GD Goenka University. Congratulations, gentlemen. Truly a step forward to the digital India. Congratulations coming in order, Galgotia University, Uttar Pradesh. We welcome you on stage, sir. Thank you for joining us, Suchi. Pleasure indeed. And as I thank each one of you, I'd also like to request all of you to please put your feedback on all your kits. You will have those. You're more than welcome to keep them on the table or return them on your way out at the registration desk. And once again, let me take this opportunity to thank each one of you. You're welcome to join us for cocktails, enjoy dinner. And I'd also like to thank our partners, Future Cities partner, HP, our data center and cloud innovation partner, ESTS, our technology partner, Intel, our networking partner, F5, our associate partners, STPI, our silver partners, CHIPS, supported by CDAC. I'd also like to thank our knowledge support, PwC, and our e-governance campus partner, IFI Media. I'd like to thank our magazine partners and our live webcast partner. Once again, thank you for being a part of the Economic Times eTech India Summit 2015.